background to the Attlee-Truman discussions, 1 million people cram New York's Central Park to hear the president outline America's stand on atomic power.
There has been talk about the atomic bomb. We must find the answer to the problems created by the release of atomic energy. Indeed, the highest hope of the American people is that world cooperation for peace will soon reach such a state of perfection that atomic methods of destruction can be definitely and effectively outlawed forever.
Осталось 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, 0. Нажатие кнопки, все спасибо ярчайшим.
Far beyond normal shipping routes they lie, and until 1952, only pearl fishing boats entered the blue waters and left the cliffs surrounding their shores.
Censored by the French authorities, but this picture is impressive evidence of the bomb.
The great result of the cooperation of education with research. This is another victory.
Emergency alert system capabilities.
This is an emergency action notification.
National Alert and Warning Authorities, in coordination with emergency alert system participants.
My fellow Americans, as you know, our attempts at preventing nuclear war have failed.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. Enemy! Enemy! You are my enemy! And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil! You will pay. Yeah, you think I don't see your face, scum? You don't think I don't see you? I see you, you understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that? You will fall! You will not bring humanity down! God is going to destroy you!
What it do? Anoka and Salty. How you guys doing? What's going on? What's going on? I'm graduating tomorrow. So I'm very excited to be finally finished with this fucking chapter. Or this chapter. It was a good job. What's up, Conrad? Stream your graduation? No, I don't think I'll do that. I don't think I've doxed myself enough over the course of a few years. So there's a few people. Anoka, I think Anoka probably knows my real name, and Platty probably knows my real name. There's a few people out there. So when they say Leggett Lanius graduated with whatever the fuck, you know, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. But I will stream tomorrow. So maybe I'll wear my graduation gown for you while I'm streaming. We'll see. There's that. I might put another layer of Christmas lights around here tonight. Put some pins up and just put. I have a set of greens that I thought might be interesting to put up, so I might do that. And maybe I'll make a couple stockings. Graduation, yeah, exactly. You'll get a graduation ground where I'm at. Well, that's because you're ruled by the iron fist of the EU. It's that two things are not allowed in the EU. One is graduation gowns, and two is happiness. Those are outlawed. So either take your continent back or come over to the States, bud. That's all I can offer. But yeah, I might put a layer of greens. I got a layer of green lights I might put around this, and then maybe I'll make a couple stockings. I got these little stockings I wanted to put around here, put people's names on it. Like old school. Like I actually bought like glue and fucking green glitter with the red stockings, so I could put like Salty, Conrad, Anoka, and just like hang the stockings up around here. I might have to like zoom out of my camera so I can get the full effect, but it'll be worth it for the holidays. But we'll see. We'll see. I have to put the lights up first, so I might just map that out. But yeah, I was just gonna chill, watch some videos, just kind of hang out. Don't have any homework to do. There's no homework to do, so I am just hanging out. I do have work to do, because I'm only working a half day tomorrow, and I need to get some things in place for my team. So I might switch over to my work screen for a little bit, but I'm not gonna start right now. I'll do that maybe in an hour or so. Santa puts gifts in the socks. You'll have to speed mail them. Yeah, that's true. What do you guys get? You do Krampus over there, or doesn't like Western Europe do some kind of like I know the UK does like Father Christmas. We don't call him Santa. We call him Father Christmas. You know, I know the UK does that kind of shit. But do you guys do like Krampus or whatever? What's the deal? What are you guys doing over there? Green lights. Let's gonna put them around here. I did my Christmas tree today. Where is it at? I did my Christmas tree today. Look at that thing. That's my Christmas tree over in maybe 10 feet away from me right now. In the living room. It's Italian colors. It's just green, white, and red. So there's the candy canes, all the usual suspects. Getting it in the spirit, man. Getting in the spirit. Lived in communism, so traditions are dead. And okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. So let's just watch the videos and hang out. I got some streamer crap, some politics stuff, all kinds of stuff here. Got a Charlie Kirk video, got a Blair White video. Oh, and I sent in a donation to Mary Chu today, and I told her, or they, I'm not sure what Mary Chu goes by, but I basically said, hey, I saw you on Chud, and I've been enjoying the content. Would you be interested in possibly coming onto my 5-viewer Andy Ass stream and fucking having a convo, something similar? And Mary was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, just send me a DM. So, where is it? So, who was it? Where was it? It was this person right here. Down here at the bottom right.
Just put these things on.
Really base takes. Really base takes. I've been really enjoying Mary Chu's content. The streams, the videos. I'll ask them, if it's she, they, or she, her. I'm not sure, when I talk to her, but regardless, I'm just gonna go with they for now. Great content. Been loving her. Been loving their takes, and it's been interesting. So I think that'll be a fun conversation. Nab it. Yeah, exactly. Jurassic World Evolution is on Epic for free. You should nab it. Okay. Is on Epic. What is on? Oh, Epic Games? Okay. Is this the new Jurassic Park? I remember we were watching trailers for a Jurassic Park back in the day that you were excited for. I'm the token-based person in the chat? Yes. Yes, 100%. No, it's an older one? Okay. I think I still have Epic installed. I have to check. Do I still have it? Let me see. The only thing I ever used Epic for was Gears of War. So yeah, I still got the app. Let me see. It's an older one, a park builder? Okay. No, I don't remember my login. But I'll look it up. I'll look it up later. But thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it. I will I'll put it in the queue of things to do. I use Stream for practicality. Using GOG to actually own my games, and Epic for free games plus Unreal Engine. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, I know you got a much more involved setup than I do. You probably got like multiple partitions with like a Linux boot and then a fucking Windows boot for your for the random games you need to run on Steam or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure. I don't know. Maybe there's some crossover there, but either way, we'll see. There's that. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to get Mary Chu. So my schedule. I think what I'm gonna do actually. I might go to New York on Friday. Let me see. Yeah, I talked to my old roommate over there, and he called me today, and he was like, hey, you coming up here for Christmas or what? And I had already looked up his schedule for work, because he works in a very public place where they have like events and stuff, so I was seeing like, what the deal is over there. And I was like, oh, okay, it looks like he's got some time off. Yeah, I could do that. So I might fly to New York on Friday and just be there for a week. So you may only have me for a few days, and then you won't have me through the Christmas season unless I figure out some kind of way to like IRL stream, which maybe I'll do. Maybe I'll do while I'm in New York. But right now it's looking like I'm probably gonna fly to New York on Friday, and I will be there until the 29th or the 28th or the 29th, and then I'll come home for New Year's. So we'll see. But in the meantime, we can just watch some videos and chill. And I don't know. It would be cool. It would be cool to figure out an IRL stream, especially in New York, just because it's it's New York. It's a fun place to look at. Maybe I can show you guys the migrant crisis over there. I'll go to the Roosevelt Hotel and just I'll try to go inside the Roosevelt Hotel and say I'm doing some investigative journalism, some O'Keefe Media Group work. But yeah, so I might be gone for a little bit, but we got a couple days until that happens. So, what did I have up here? How Matt Walsh's fans realize he's a liar. Some red pill stuff. Steve Shives. Always got to throw some Steve Shives in there. I always queue up some Steve Shives. Regretting your transition. This was something about Trump winning a lawsuit. Charlie Kirk and the Second Amendment. Voosh. We are returning to peasant brain mentality. I think this is his take on the whole New Jersey drone thing. So we got some Voosh. We got some Blair White. Tim Pool. Man, we got a fucking all-star lineup here, man. All-star lineup. Holy shit. Let's see. When do we start? Is this 10 minutes? Yeah, we'll start with Tim Pool. Fucking, it's 10 minutes. All right, Tim, what do you got, bud?
In this country, we have something called human rights law. And various jurisdictions have different takes on that, but mostly it's similar, except in Washington, D.C., where your political affiliation is in fact protected. There's a big trend, never really manifested, but a lot of white nationalists have been talking about moving to D.C. because it's illegal to discriminate against you based on political affiliation, and for obvious reasons. Much as this is a complicated concept because political affiliation is a weird thing, if you are working in D.C. as a politician and a store threatens not to serve you, that's going to create problems for the functioning of government. So, in D.C., if you're a Republican or a Democrat and you go to get a slice of pizza and the guy says, I don't like Democrats or I don't like Republicans, that actually breaks the law. Which is why I find this story pretty fascinating. D.C. waitress fired after claiming she would refuse to serve Trump admin officials. That's a crime in D.C. The Post-Atlanta reports a Washington, D.C. restaurant has fired a waitress after she stated she would refuse to serve individuals associated with Trump's administration. Susanna Van Rooy, who worked at Boucher's Saloon on Capitol Hill, made the comment in an interview with Washingtonian. Van Rooy said that she would refuse to serve any person in office who I know of as being a sex trafficker or trying to deport millions of people. It's not, oh, we hate Republicans. It's that this person has moral convictions that are strongly opposed to mine, and I don't feel comfortable serving them. That's literally what political affiliation means. You assert, and that's why I say this whole law gets really muddy. She's trying to dodge this. No, it's not Republicans. It's just if they do these things, which Republicans do. So nice try, lady. You're fired. Her comments were part of a broader report exploring potential resistance in D.C. to officials in the upcoming Trump administration, drawing parallels to incidents during Trump's first term, such as when Sarah Huckabee Sanders was kicked out of a Virginia restaurant. People were a lot more motivated the first time around to do those kinds of shows of passion. This time around, there's a kind of sense of defeat and acceptance. Van Roy continued. But I hope that people still do stand up to this administration and tell them their thoughts on misbehavior. According to a report by Fox News, Van Roy's LinkedIn page, which has since been deleted, reportedly listed her responsibilities at Boucher's Saloon, such as messaging strategies, managing events for political figures, and developing relationships with influencers. She also worked as an organizer for Democrat Beto O'Rourke's unsuccessful 2022 gubernatorial campaign. Boucher's Saloon responded quickly to Van Roy's comments, calling them reprehensible. In a statement to Fox News, the restaurant confirmed that she had been fired for violating their zero-tolerance policy on discrimination. Congratulations, liberals! These are the laws you wanted and the laws you get. The business also clarified she was a part-time server and not a manager.
This is not going to work.
Yeah, her LinkedIn was probably just fluff.
I thought this was going to be easier to do sitting down, but I need to, move my mic. And if I start moving my mic, it's going to get fucking... it's going to get fucked up. It's going to start stopping and going and stopping and going. And I have to unplug it every fucking time. And And I guarantee if I start putting these lights up, the picture's going to fall down at least once at some point. and I have to put it back. It's going to be a mess. I'm going to have to do this another time. I'll do this tomorrow when I have plenty of other time to do it, but not right now. Yeah, but maybe I'll start making the stockings for you guys. Who wants a stocking? Who wants to go on the Legate Wall of Fame here?
Recent comments made by a member of staff who had no authority to speak on behalf of our entire restaurant have been quite rightly flagged as inappropriate, hostile, intolerant, and unacceptable. The staff member does not speak for us as a restaurant, the restaurant said in a statement. After the inauguration in January, we'll begin serving our fourth administration as a neighborhood restaurant on Capitol Hill, open to all and welcoming to all. We have always been a safe space for all. Everyone, especially anyone who feels prejudged or misunderstood, will always find friendly service and a sympathetic ear at Boucher's Saloon. Again, we deeply apologize for the comments made by a member of staff. They are not representative of our restaurant and do not reflect how we operate as a business and how proud we are to be a gathering place on Capitol Hill. The restaurant issued a follow-up statement Friday calling Van Rooij's behavior unforgivable. It also revealed that Van Rooij had accessed the business's social media accounts without permission to post her views. Not only do Miss Van Rooij's comments clearly violate our zero tolerance policy on discrimination, but her decision to sign into our social media accounts in the middle of the night to post her own rhetoric and wildly offensive responses to comments is a further breach of conduct and protocol. I think she was actually not fluffing when she said she could do it, and they're just panicking because they're going to get in serious trouble. I've got the DC human rights protections pulled up. She has no authority to speak on our behalf, and her comments do not reflect the position of over 20 other people who make up our staff. For these reasons, as well as the sheer dismay and disgust we feel at her unforgivable behavior, Ms. Van Rooij has been dismissed immediately. Our staff and families, many of whom are personally offended by Ms. Rooij's comments about them, are still reeling for what Ms. Van Rooij said and did. And we as a restaurant are simply horrified to be associated with base prejudice. Indeed. Take a look at this. I pulled it up for you from dc.gov, and this is where we can really rip into old liberalism. This one's funny. Protected traits in the D.C. Human Rights Act. The D.C. Office of Human Rights enforces the D.C. Human Rights Act, which makes discrimination illegal based on 21 protected traits for people that live, visit, or work in the District of Columbia. The D.C. Human Rights Act prohibits discrimination in housing, employment, public accommodation, and educational institutions. First, the most important one right there is public accommodation. If you have a restaurant that is open to the public and you serve cheeseburgers, and I walk in and say, I, a Republican, would like a cheeseburger, you can't say no Republicans allowed. That's actually illegal. Public accommodation refers to anything that is offered up to the public to accommodate them in any way, including use of bathrooms, having a drink, whatever it may be. Now let's talk about where it gets funny. First, race. That one's fairly obvious. Classification or association based on a person's ancestry or ethnicity. You can't have someone come in and be like, no, white people, that's illegal. Color is the same thing, your skin pigmentation. Religion, fascinating. National origin, that's right. The country where one's ancestors are from. A person's gender, sex. Okay, number 5. A person's gender includes sexual harassment and a woman's right to breastfeed. Now, it doesn't say identity, but there is one, don't worry. Age, 18 years or older. You can discriminate on age as long as they're under 18. Marital status, personal appearance. This one's really, really funny. Outward appearance, but is subject to business requirements or standards. That one's fascinating because they like to have dress codes in some of these fancier places, but you really can't anymore. You know what's fascinating is at Mar-a-Lago, women can wear basically anything they want. Not literally anything, but men have to wear suits and dress shoes. Yep. You are allowed to wear hats, though. That one they told me. They said, you're good, Tim. You can wear the beanie, but you have to wear a suit. And so we went out and bought some nice clothes. First time in my life, probably. Women can wear whatever they want because they're like, whatever. Women are going to wear a dress. We don't care. That's funny. So that is personal appearance and gender-based discrimination. Not that I really care. It's a private facility. Trump can do whatever he wants. They go to say family responsibilities, which is weird. Political affiliation, number 12. That's it. Belonging to or supporting a political party. That's why she tried claiming, no, it's not about Republicans, it's about the actions they're taking. But nice try, lady. You're going to get the restaurant in trouble. Here we go. Number 10, is gender identity or expression. Your gender-related identity, behavior, appearance, expression, or behavior, which is different from that which you are assigned at birth. The funny thing there is, let's say there's a restaurant with a dress code. You can walk in and they're like, sir, you can't wear cargo pants and a baseball cap backwards. In this establishment, you can say, actually, I identify as bro gender, and this is part of my gender identity. And they're going to have to make a choice of whether they want to go to war with you or not. But usually I find that most places have just abandoned dress codes as it is. Disability, that one we get. Additional traits. Matriculation, being enrolled in a college, university, or some type of school. Familial status, being a parent or guardian with children under 18. Source of income, that's interesting. Origination of a person's finances. Once again, when she said that we are not going to serve the Trump admin, this falls under all of this. Genetic information, that's funny. Your DNA. Place of residence or business. Status as a victim of an intrafamily offense. Credit information. Now that's interesting too. Status as a victim of or family member, blah, blah. You get the point. Lady, play with fire. This is what's going to happen. She deserves to be fired. You want to live in the capital of this country where politics goes in any direction, you're going to serve people you don't like, okay? And that being said too, where I live, I mean, I think shaming should be allowed. I think she should be allowed to...
Onion. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Onion. Doing good. How you doing?
Disparage anyone she wants, but you still have to provide the service. This is what we're going to start seeing, and this is the fragmentation of society, but these are the rules they made. What can I say? Liberals want these protections. Conservatives have long argued for getting rid of them. Libertarians especially, less so conservatives, but more so libertarians, saying, it's my business, I can do whatever I want. Well, I don't agree. I'm more liberal on this one. And you see, this is what you get, all the other liberals. My view is that if you are utilizing public space in the commons and you are offering up a service to everybody, you should not be able to discriminate on the basis of these things. Meaning, you should be able to hire and fire whoever you want. But if someone comes in for a cheeseburger, so long as they're not causing a problem, screaming, throwing things, yelling, or whatever, then it's fine. Serve them. Now, there are questions about the extent of and limits of government, but I think one problem we have as a society is the density of government. Yo, I was in Tampa this past weekend. It is insane. Density is an issue, and it's going to cause a lot of problems, and we have to figure out how we deal with such massive tensions. Meaning, if you have a business that requires a certain amount of money per month in overhead, and you need business at a certain level, but some weirdo showing up dressed in weird clothes causes customers to leave, you're just going to go out of business. That is a logic where we can't sustain this. Let's say a person comes in dressed in a fursuit, and they're like, I'm protected, and then nobody wants to eat there anymore because there's a bunch of furries there. You're going to be like, look, I'm going out of business unless these people stop coming in. What can you do about it? If they're protected, they're protected. Sometimes these laws don't make sense. Sorry. But I'm going to wrap it up there, my friends. Next segment's coming up at 8 p.m., youtube.com/TimCastIRL. Smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. Become a member at timcast.com. Follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast, and we'll see you all tonight.
All right, so Republicans are becoming marginalized. Great. Good to see. We got Blair White. We got Voosh. Got that person. Charlie Kirk, 10 minutes. Let's go. What you got, Chuck?
Hey, we got the Harris Wall sticker. Welcome up.
Real quick, I just want to say that I heavily agree with what you said about neutrality in the classroom. I think that's a brilliant standpoint, and I, as an ed major, I agree with that. Before I get to like the nitty gritty, go Dogs, horns down. Anybody? Yeah? Yeah?
We can agree. We should just stop. We agreed way too much. You're creeping me out, man.
My bad. So I'm going to talk about some gun control stuff. Do you mind if I give you some statistics first?
Yeah, fine.
All right, awesome. So in the United Kingdom, there was the Dunblane Massacre on March 13, 1996. It was a school shooting. 17 people were killed, 15 were injured.
Here we go.
Following that...
There was a fucking school shooting today. It was a female suspect, I guess. What was it? Somewhere in Wisconsin, I think. Authorities identified suspect 20 minutes ago. What we're covering. Yo, what's up? What's up, Birdman? How you doing? Yeah, exactly. It's Santa. 15-year-old chick. Yeah. The shooter who opened fire at the Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin, was 15-year-old female student Natalie Rupnow, who went by the name Samantha. Police said Monday she died of a self-inflicted gunshot. The shooting left 1 student and 1 teacher dead and 6 injured, including 2 people who are facing life-threatening conditions. Second-grade student made the 911 call to report the shooting. Abundant Life Christian School is a K-12 school that serves about 420 students. According to an administrator, it planned to close for Christmas vacation this week. Second grader Nora, the second grader that made the call was in the school hallway getting ready for lunch when the shooting began. She saw a teacher she knew well who had been injured. She was screaming, my leg, help, no, clutching a SpongeBob candy bar in her hand as she spoke to reporters. I was really scared and I was really sad. Abundant Life Christian School is a small school, 420 students, K through high school, with parents and school administrators describing it as a tight-knit community. This person grew up in Madison. Somebody, it's not the shooter, somebody grew up in Madison herself, attending Abundant Life, and had a daughter, attending school, okay, blah, blah, blah. Survivors of the shooting won't be okay for a long time. Does this qualify as a mass shooting? The shooting left 1 student and 1 teacher dead and 6 injured. Yeah, I guess it does. Yeah, that probably meets the Merriam-Webster threshold, I guess.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Yo, Zeron Elite. I'm just calling you Zeron. What's up, Zeron? How you doing? Who's winning the war on Christmas? Personally, I'm in favor of an elf uprising. It's the school shooting, bad timing. No, it's all good. Just want to see how old your account is. July 6, 2020. Okay, I think that's okay. Always got to check. Always got to check and see if it was an account that was made 5 minutes ago. Welcome in. How you doing? Praise Kaisar. Love me some Hegelian dialectics. I go 0. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm calling you Zeron, all right? There's plenty of people whose names I fuck up, and I just stick with it. That's where it goes. So your name is Zeron, okay? You and Anoka and and all the other people whose names I fucked up from the beginning, that sticks. Zeron sounds so much cooler, though. Zeron. Hello, my name is Zeron. You sound like a fucking Mortal Kombat character. You know, that's actually an official policy of mine. I've unironically had that conversation with somebody where, you know, they were asking me, like, you know, if you had kids, what would you name your kids? And I was like, well, first off, if I have boys, I get the names. If we have girls, then she gets the names. You know. That being said, if I'm going to name my boys, they are either going to have my name and be Junior, or they're going to have names that sound fucking awesome. They need to sound like if the Mortal Kombat announcer said their name, people would be scared of it. So that's where I'm at. So I think Zeron. If I didn't like the name, I wouldn't have chosen it. There you go. It is like 4 or Z5. She's intrigued with you shooters. What's up, Trash Panda? How you doing? Welcome in.
That massacre, it is...
As long as you don't name them, Zay12. Yeah, that's the Elon name, right?
It's probably the biggest massacre in UK history, you know, involving schools specifically. There was a ban on all handguns. Since then, there's been no school shootings in the UK, and it averages 28 firearm homicides a year. In United States, there are 39,707 gun deaths in 2019 alone. The average of one gun-related death every 11 minutes. In 2023, there were 346 school shooting incidents in the U.S. So far, there have been 385 mass shootings in 2024, and a mass shooting is defined as an incident in which 4 or more people are injured or killed. Why are you pro-Second Amendment, and can you give me your stance on that?
Great. So I just want to make sure I can know where you're coming from. Do you believe owning a firearm is a right or a privilege?
I believe it's a privilege. I'm going to go with that.
Okay, so then you do not believe in the Second Amendment as it is written?
No, I believe it needs to be amended. I believe in a ban for guns.
Okay, so that's where we disagree, and that's okay. We have clarity but not agreement. I believe that the right to protect yourself and your family against a tyrannical government or a home invader is an inalienable right that must be protected and that no one can take it away. Now, and that's okay, we have clarity on that. Now, let's go through why I believe that and some clarifying statistics. Yeah. Everything you said is true, but one part of it is misleading. Is that, yes, there are about 30,000 gun deaths a year, or death by firearm, but 2/3 of them are death by suicide.
Yes, yeah.
Right? So it's a little misleading to say 30,000 or even every 11 minutes. And so there's some people that say, well, it's easier to commit suicide if you have a gun in the house. You and I would both agree, though, that if someone is committing suicide with a firearm, there's other underlying issues. The firearm is secondary.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's a reason. Thank you for agreeing with that.
Yes.
Okay, so therefore that gives you about 10,000 gun deaths a year. The vast majority of those are gang-related in about 10 cities across the country. Not excusing it, but there's other underlying factors associated with it. Now, let's get into what our position is, those of us that believe in the Second Amendment. We fully acknowledge that when you have liberty, that you're going to have sometimes undesirable outcomes. For example, there are 50,000 people a year that die in auto fatalities, and it's tragic. However, no reasonable person would come up to the mic and say, let's ban driving.
True. The one thing I disagree with, though, is that the primary intention of a firearm is to kill something.
Well, not necessarily. That's interesting. The primary intention of a firearm is actually to protect what you love. The primary intention...
I disagree with that, but...
That's okay. So let's actually... The firearm is a technology or a tool that is actually intention neutral. Right? So a firearm could be used for sharpshooting, or it could be used for a massacre. No different than a kitchen knife can be used for cook a beautiful meal, or to, murder somebody. So it's a piece of technology, albeit it makes killing easier, but it in itself is not inherently what you might think it is. Now, let me just finish the point, though, is that we as enthusiasts for the Second Amendment acknowledge that in a free society, people are going to do bad things and dumb things, but there is a price to liberty. And this is a mature viewpoint that we lost during COVID. During COVID, as a country, we said, we don't want liberty, we want safety. And everybody stay at home 15 days to slow the spread. And how many of you guys wanted the lockdowns to end after like 2 weeks, right? And so what we get at, though, with firearms is that we acknowledge that there will be...
There is no left in America. I hear that often. I do hear that often. I'm Canadian, American. I think Anoka might disagree with that. I'm Canadian. Americans have a distorted view of what the center is. Americans have a... I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. I've been talking to so many people who tell me fucking, Bernie Sanders is a centrist. So I don't even know anymore. Obama's right wing. That would, inherently make Bernie Sanders a centrist, and then there's everything left of Bernie, and then anything right of Bernie is approaching Nazism. Is the further you go. So I don't even know anymore. I kind of give up. Mac, what's up? How you doing? What do you guys think of the Syria news? I don't know. In general. I did see something that was kind of interesting about Syria. It was anecdotal. Let me see if I can find it. But there was a video going around of some freedom fighters sitting around at a table having lunch or something, but one of them was wearing a Daesh or ISIS patch on their uniform. And when they confronted the table and to talk about the moment in time in general, they noticed that he was wearing this patch, and he like took it off and like hid it. And I was curious because I think what the context of the clip was that there are these freedom fighters that are posing as like Syrian civilians or citizens, but they actually are Daesh. So I'm not sure. It might take me a minute to find that one. I think that one's kind of buried in my fucking reels here. The left talked up when they didn't back Bernie. I know a bunch of leftists that would agree with that. Well, it's not even the left. It's more like Democrats, right? Would you say Oignon? Would you say Democrats, or would you say the left fucked up when they didn't back Bernie? Left and right America might be different than other countries, but for us, it's still left and right. Well, it depends on who you talk to, Panda. It really depends on who you talk to. I'd say to be a modern leftist, you must want fundamental change, whether constitutional, geopolitical, or economic. Yeah, okay, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. In America, Democrat means left, Republican means right. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm fine with the simplistic approach to it. I grew up far left, but now I'm a moderate Democrat. Okay, wow, interesting. I hate cancel culture and wokeness, and I support Israel. Whoa, man, you are. I tell you what, Mac, you will probably make a couple friends and a couple enemies in this chat. That's for sure. At the very least, with the Israel take, I think there's a few people out there that would tell you that either. There's no such thing as cancel culture or wokeness, or the right engages in equal amounts of those kinds of things that the left does. I don't know. You'll find out once you start talking to people in the chat. Grand Designs, what's up? How you doing? ISIL is an Al Qaeda creation, and Baghdadi and Al Zawahiri were working with current head of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, Rum, Syria, Al-Golani. Okay. Don't Google USS Liberty. Yeah. What's wrong with you? What's up, IP? How you doing? That's a pretty massive twisting of the term gasoline. I don't know. You're trying to convince us what we know is true. Okay, let me see if I can find this clip. But the context of the clip is that there was a couple guys like sitting at a table, like they were on their lunch break from freeing Syria from itself, or from Assad, depending on how you view it. But one of the guys was wearing like an ISIS patch, and when they asked him about it, he like took it off, like, oh, I can't believe I left this on. And as someone who wore a military uniform, you kind of you take for granted the patches, the Velcro patches that you're wearing. I mean, I wore like the branch and my name and my rank on my chest, and then on my arms there would be an American flag, and then the unit that I belonged to. And the other arm would be, if you deployed, you would wear a deployment patch for the unit that you belonged to when you deployed. But I never deployed. But this guy had an ISIS patch on, and it was interesting to see. But I do think it might be kind of buried into my reels here. Let's see if I can find it. Or maybe I saw it on YouTube. Maybe I didn't see it on Instagram. Oh, who's the Canadian? Who was the Canadian here? Actually, let me play this clip. I'm going to play this clip for the Canadian. I'm going to play this one for the... Actually, I usually... Anytime I see clips from Canada, I usually save them, because we do have a couple Canadians from time to time that pop in here, like Wampa and Malkaz. sometimes I get the Aussie clips in here for Salty, or the European clips for Conrad. But this one's for the Canadians out there. What do you consider left? Is left commie social? I mean, it just depends. I probably attribute less economics towards my reference. Anytime I reference, leftism or leftist, I've had conversations with Anoka where it should be primarily economic. I think if you want to be accurate and technical, I think probably Anoka's right in that sense. But I think I probably use it as kind of like an all-encompassing thing. Yeah, but anyways, this is for the Canadians out there. You're gonna enjoy this one.
I don't want a liberal government. I don't want Justin Trudeau as prime minister.
We have absolutely ripped up the agreement with Justin Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau is playing political games, and the only person that's winning is himself.
He has come across very out of touch. He's ignored a lot of the problems people are going through. People are absolutely fed up with and done with Justin Trudeau and the Liberals.
The Liberals have let people down again and again, and they are done. Why are you working with Justin Trudeau when he's doing such a bad job? I gotta tell you, it is not easy.
We're ready for whenever election comes. We're going to vote against any measure that attacks working people.
We're going to be voting in favor of the budget. I've received some openness to fixing the problems that I've outlined. And we're not going to let the Liberal government off the hook.
The next election, people have a choice. I stand by my words. Trudeau has let you down. Trudeau has let you down and does not deserve another choice.
And it's really clear to me, there's mounting evidence that Justin Trudeau and the Liberals were just too weak.
I stand by my words. Trudeau has let you down. Trudeau has let you down and does not deserve another choice.
That's great. I see clips of this Jamit Singh guy all the time. Leftist tactic. India's conducting lots of assassinations in Canada, and they have a tense relationship with Trudeau. I know South Asian relationships and Canada can be pretty complex. I don't know that I heard anything about assassinations, but they say it's raining while pissing on your leg. You must have a lot of you must have a lot of fun talking to Anoka Panda or Anoka. Care to give your thoughts on whether saying Kamala Harris is not a communist is an act of gaslighting? I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know that I understand, the real depth and scope of the term gaslighting. You'd have to explain to me what you think gaslighting is, and then I can tell you whether or not it is or not. I don't think saying Kamala Harris is not a communist is like an intense statement. I don't talk to him anymore. Well, that's a shame. Why? Stabbed me in the back? How? Well, I don't mean, whatever. I'm not trying to, hash out your your drama, but I don't hang out in Discord. I'm just not like always in Discord. When I first got it, I was, and then I was just like, man, this is just exhausting. So I'm just not doing this anymore. But I would get notifications from Neutral Waters, and it would basically just be, it'd be a bunch of things, but a lot of it was like you and Anoka having back and forth, which was always pretty fun and interesting to read. I would just like what's going on with Anoka and Panda, and I would just go to my notifications, and it would be you guys basically talking to each other. In psychology, basically convincing someone they're delusional, that they didn't actually hear what they heard, that they're insane. Okay. Well, in the context of what you were talking about earlier, I don't think that's gaslighting. Time to gaslight the meaning of gaslighting. Yeah, exactly. Telling you something untrue until you believe it yourself. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So it's manipulation, right? But it seems to be like a very specific form of manipulation. Kamala supports slavery. I don't give a fuck. She holds the slaves. Okay. I'm not doing that. I don't Discord anymore. I don't know. Discord to me is just so fucking exhausting, man. I can't live there. I'll jump on a VC from time to time. I'll talk to Turbo or, Tiger Girl or Salty or something like that. I'll have some conversations, but, constantly dropping memes and replying to people. I think to myself, really, if I add up the amount of time I spend at Discord talking to people via typing to them and just having, fucking Discord conversations, can I get anything else done? And I think to myself, yeah, you definitely can. You definitely could be getting more shit done. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. Let me just try to do that stuff. Zarin wants me to believe Kamala wants a border wall. That's gaslighting. That's not an opinion. I don't know if she wants a border wall, but I don't think she's opposed to the border wall. I think she'll say anything. But the reality is, she wants to win, and I think if a border wall is a popular talking point, I think she'd adopt it. Maybe not as aggressively as Trump, but if she says something to the effect of, "Look, the border wall was in Senate Bill 2745 of 2019, and there's nothing we can do about the allocations and appropriations that were." The appropriations allocated for it are set in stone. There's nothing I can do about that, so I can't stop it. I think she would say something like that, but I don't think she would say, like, the wall just got 10 feet taller. Biden's in a hurry to auction the border wall portions. Well, they've been selling off portions of the border wall for a while. I think I even heard of that sometime in the past few years, where there was portions of the wall essentially lying right next to the section of the wall that it was supposed to continue being built on, and they were just literally just putting that shit on on eBay.gov. I don't know, but I mean, this whole Kamala's a communist gaslighting thing, I don't know. I think you guys are awesome, but I'm not going to spend too much time pondering on it because I don't care about Kamala Harris enough to think about that. She moved to the right just like the other neoliberals, i.e. Starmer. Okay. Zeron, we got a UK politics enjoyer. I like it. I got some of that stuff in here too. Let me see. I think I got some other Polivier clips or whatever. How the fuck you say his name? Yeah, here's one.
I have a question for the finance minister. Who are you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at a time when Canadians are struggling, we are...
Mr. Speaker, just to underline the chaos we're faced with here, the finance minister resigned the day she was to present the fall budget, which was going to contain a massive deficit overrun. The job then went automatically to the industry minister, who immediately resigned, like on the spot, which then went down the line, and the next person in order was the famous two Randys. And they're not available to do the job either. We're now less than 2 hours away from the fall economic update. Why won't the Prime Minister have the courage to come in here, present it himself, and put it for a confidence vote tonight?
The interesting thing is that I've been talking to Turbo. I haven't probably talked to Turbo in like a week or so, but the last time I talked to Turbo, I asked him like if this guy has any shot of winning an election if they actually called one, and he said yeah. He's definitely got a shot. Luigi. Oh, I'm not getting into the Luigi discourse, dude. That ain't happening. I had another Canada clip in here. Where is it at? Oh, this was great. This is a classic.
Did Donald Trump make a mistake when he chose J.D. Vance?
Oh, I think it was a great choice.
You do not hate your politicians enough. These people are so fucking smug, bro. Imagine being Nancy Pelosi laughing like that and then fucking J.D. Vance going out there and owning shit, man. Bro, I don't care what you think about J.D. Vance. Like, the same thing I said about Trump. There's fucking candidate Trump, right? And then there's President Trump. Those are two different people. Same thing with J.D. Vance. I don't know anything about J.D. Vance in terms of how he operates politically. You know, whether he's on the Senate floor or if he's going to be in the Oval Office at some point. Those things are different from him being on the road selling the message. And for Nancy Pelosi to fucking smugly laugh like that, she could have just said, I mean, I don't agree with him on anything. Donald Trump's going to do what he's going to do. I think it's a bad pick, and I think it's going to ultimately take down the entire candidacy of a man who we don't want to see in the Oval Office again. She could have said something like that, but instead she does this laugh, bro. Look at this laugh, man.
Did Donald Trump make a mistake when he chose J.D. Vance?
Oh, I think it was a great choice.
Bro, Jesus, man.
Kamala Harris questioned my loyalty to this country. That's the word she used, loyalty. And I'd like to ask the Vice President, what has she done to question my loyalty to this country? I served in the United States Marine Corps. I went to Iraq for this country. I built a business for this country. And my running mate took a bullet for this country. So my question to Kamala Harris is, what the hell have you done to question our loyalty to the United States of America?
You said the other day, I guarantee... Did Donald Trump make a mistake when he chose J.D. Vance?
Oh, I think it was a great choice.
You don't hate fucking politicians enough. I think, you know what? I mean, look, whatever fucking side you're on, we all can agree on one thing. We fucking hate these people. All of us. If you're on the left or the right, you hate that person. Both of us do, okay? We all hate Nancy Pelosi. We can get behind that, right? Let's start a movement. There's a coalition brewing in the Leggett Lannis Jr. chat right now. The left and the right are forming bonds and getting stronger because they both hate Nancy Pelosi that much. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen on that, bro? Bro, the only person that likes Nancy Pelosi is IRI. That's the only person on the planet that actually likes fucking Nancy Pelosi. You sit tar and feather politicians? Yeah, exactly. Let them burn? Yeah, I agree. Onyo. What else here? Oh, here's that fucking Polivier again. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm just calling him Polivier. Polivier.
We have these pest deer on Vancouver Island, apparently on federal...
Oh, this is a great story. This is a great story. To me, this is kind of like, what's going on in Canada? What are you guys doing? First, there was the initial firearms ban. Then they put out a new list for, I think, 324 new makes and models of and calibers of different firearms that they are going to make illegal. I don't know if they're going to seize them, but it sounds like they are, and donate them to Ukraine so that they can use those weapons to fight tyranny and oppression. but not you. You don't get to do that. But then there's this story where instead of hiring or at least asking Canadians to volunteer to control local wildlife populations for certain species, they hire snipers to do that job.
We have these pest deer on Vancouver Island, apparently on federal land. Have you heard about this? And they need to get rid of these deer. So instead of getting hunters to go and do it for free for the meat, what he's actually done is he's contracted foreign snipers in helicopters to use AR rifles to shoot down at these deer from the sky with the same firearms he wants to ban lawful and licensed owners from owning here in Canada. And get this, then he did this. This actually sounds like another one of his hallucinations. We have these pest deer on Vancouver Island, apparently on federal land. Have you heard about this? And they need to get rid of these deer. So instead of getting hunters to go and do it for free for the meat, what he's actually done is he's contracted foreign snipers in helicopters to use AR rifles to shoot down at these deer from the sky with the same firearms he wants to ban lawful and licensed owners from owning here in Canada. And get this, then he did this. This actually sounds like another one of his hallucinations. We have these pest deer on Vancouver Island, apparently on federal land. Have you heard?
Rank sniper? Yeah, exactly. What else is there? What else? Eric Adams has been in absolute compliance with Tom Homan, and I know that he's doing it for a pardon. I don't know the extent to which Eric Adams's charges are federal. I know some of them are state, but I think some of them are federal. I think it's a mix. But I'm pretty sure Eric Adams is just like, yes, Mr. Trump, whatever you need. Yes, Mr. Homan, whatever you need. Sure, I'll give you whatever you want. Just give me that fucking pardon, bro. 40 out of 40 qual? For me, I was like, I think qual for us was like 23, and I usually shot like 26, anywhere between 26 and 30. I was not the best shot on the planet, but I would eventually qual. And I managed to hit like those 300 yards targets out there. Every time that fucking 300-yard green guy popped up, I was like, I got this. Maybe I'm going to miss the 150 or the 200 a couple times, but I'm saving one of these rounds for that fucking 300, and I'm going to get them. And I would always drop at least one 300. 300, man. What's up, Nader? How you doing? We had to qual at 500. Ooh, we're Marines. We qual at 500, and then we go and eat crayons for brunch. Oh. What color did you get? I got green. Oh, I got orange. Oh, shoot 500. Shoot 500. Oh, I got brown. I got yellow. What's up, Nader? How you doing? Casey's debunking the existence of Jesus during Christmas. Yeah, he was talking about something like that in his last stream. He wasn't going into it, but he said it was that something about debunking Jesus was something he wanted to talk about. 290 support, 10 support, 10 kneeling. Yeah, I would. Well, Sometimes what you do is fucking you'll hit as many rounds as you need to. Supported, you'll get a good chunk supported, but then you'll save some rounds. You'll save some rounds from that clip and use those for kneeling and unsupported. I'll just have like a couple rounds on the side, or I'll put them in like the other mags I have next to me, and then just use those rounds because I know I was gonna need them for unsupported and kneeling. So I'll hit like a bunch. I'll hit like a bunch supported, and then I'll just save a few rounds. I'll let a couple targets go down. I won't shoot, and then just save those rounds for kneeling and unsupported because that's when you need them. Supported. Anybody can hit supported. Kneeling's dumb. Yeah, I don't even think they do it anymore. They have they have a new way of qualling it. They have like that cutout. They have that kind of that fucking staircase style cutout, and I don't know. I think they changed the qual since I was in. 500 M16s iron sights. Yeah, I know. Yeah, my brother was in Marines. He was doing the same thing. We also did iron sights, but we could bring our own optics if we had them. Or if there was enough optics in the arms room and we were friends with the armorer, we could grab a pair. You know, as long as they thought that we were like cool enough to sign for them and actually return them. Because some people are just fucking douchebags and they'll just put it in their fucking, you know, they'll put it in their duffel and just be like, oh, I don't know where they went, you know. Iron sight's best way. Yeah, it's definitely based, but I mean, honestly, like, you know, look, if you shoot iron sights, great. Yeah, I qualled on iron sights multiple times, dude, multiple times. But I will say, putting a fucking ACOG on there, whole different ball game, man. Put an ACOG on there, and it's like butter, 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 butter. Every fucking time is butter. ACOG is the way to go, bro. Pool noodle training? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, the max distance for Army was 300 for qual. We didn't have to do 500. Yeah, ACOG. ACOG's the way to go. Are you talking about the pool noodle training? Red dots make it harder for beginners. I mean, I don't know. I think the better optics you're given, if it makes it harder, then you shouldn't be shooting anyway. Unless they have like some kind of like, you know, vision situation. You know, sometimes that's the case. So there's a lot of people with glasses or contact lenses and things like that. So I don't know. You know, maybe. But I know there was one time where I was at a range where I was having a lot of trouble fucking qualling. I went through 2 rounds and I probably hit 21 and 22 both times. And then one of my NCOs was like, dude, just take my fucking ACOG, bro. And I put that ACOG on there and it was just butter. Amazing. It felt really good. It felt good shooting an ACOG, so. Oh, good, till someone shouts back. Well, we're oh my God, not this again. Oh, why is my computer doing this? Fuck me, man. Oh, I hate when it does this shit. It fucks up all my screens. What was you saying there? It's all good till someone shoots back. Well, I mean, I guess it just depends on what you're talking about there. We're talking about qualifying on your weapon in the military. We're not talking about like, you know, just random gun use. Generally at these short distances, there isn't much bullet drop. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. End of my career, we started qualling with M4, but we were of the last to do so. Being aviators, we were one low on the totem pole for new individual equipment, since we really only even use that at quals each year. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, everybody. So in the Army, everybody quals on M4s, but then you have your assigned weapon. So it's usually a couple guys on a fucking saw, and then there'll be somebody on like a 50. Oh, I was on the Modus. Me and a buddy were on a Modus, and which was great actually, because I mean it's really fun to shoot a Modus, but obviously like another thing too is that, you know, your unit basically just gives you and your buddy the weapon, and then you just take a fucking Humvee and go out to the range, and you're gone for the day, and you don't have to do anything at the motor pool. So it's good if you're in the military and you get assigned the Modus. I will say it's a bit too handle, because you need to disassemble it, clean it. You need to understand how it works, and it's a little bit to manage, but it does get you away from the motor pool for the day. So I enjoyed that. Sign weapons airplane, yeah.
We have not had a man walk up to a building with a suicide vest on in the United States. Americans don't understand this. Al-Qaeda knows this, right? So this is new and innovative, especially now. You don't have to walk upside of the building. You can walk in the building because of the advancement of the vest. The other thing is, in the United States, we haven't had Fideian attackers. So the concept is the terrorist fights to the death. So he's not exactly a suicide bomber, but he will fight till either all of us are dead or all of his people are dead. We think it's going to be a swarming attack, right? Multiple different attacks at one time across multiple cities. We think there will be suicide bombings just because some of the attackers went through suicide bomber training and they have these vests. And then we think there's these Fideian attackers who will carry on until they're killed.
You just rephrase that. So these guys are trained and they are going to fight until they're killed.
Yes, and that matters, right? So I was watching this video and it was a suicide bombing in Kabul years ago. The bomber blew up and then everyone starts moving in. The first responders move in, right? And then another guy walks in and blows up. We know this is a tactic, but if Americans don't understand this as a tactic and don't understand these attackers are going to fight to the death, think about that. Battle's going on, the attacker surrenders. He might have the suicide vest. You know, we let our guard down. That man came to die, right? He's going to fight till he dies or you dies. So we can't let our guards down, and they know our weakness. So we have to be very careful that we don't have more people die in these second and third order effects of not knowing their intent. We have not had a man walk up to a building with a suicide vest on in the United States. Americans don't understand this. Al-Qaeda knows this.
Oh, speaking of officers. Speaking of officers, this is great right here.
Women are drafted to the military. I am most excited to see the confrontation between commanding officers and the girls.
Now this could be interesting. Please tell me why.
Think we're going to let you yell at us?
I'm not sure you understand how the military works.
You think we're going to do something without a please and thank you? Like, let's sit down and have a conversation about what you want and what I want, and we'll reach a happy medium. Because there's no way I'm doing what you want when you use that tone with me. You think you can push us around like you do with these men? Think again, baby.
Women.
Women are drafted to the military. I am most excited to see the confrontation between commanding officers and the girls.
Now this could...
Yeah, I mean that's wild. That how wildly unaware is that of how the military works, bro?
Be interesting. Please tell me why.
Think we're going to let you yell at us?
I'm not sure you understand how the military works.
You think we're going to do something without a please and thank you? Like, let's sit down and have a conversation about what you want and what I want, and we'll reach a happy medium. Because there's no way I'm doing what you want when you use that tone with me. You think you can push us around like you do with these men? Think again, baby.
Women.
Women are drafted to the military. I am most excited to see the confrontation between commanding officers and the girls.
Now this...
Amazing. Amazing. What's up, XN? How you doing? Al-Qaeda, are those people we're supporting in Syria, right? I was looking for a clip. There was a clip I had of this guy sitting down for lunch, and he had a fucking Daesh patch. And when they called him out on it, he took it off. And it seems like there is possibly, freedom fighters, or Daesh posing as freedom fighters. Now here's Bernie. Bernie's reaction to the CEO shooting.
Obviously, it is an atrocity. Murder is murder, and it is totally unacceptable. But I think the outpouring that we have seen indicates that there's a lot of frustration and anger at a healthcare industry which rejects claims that people desperately need. And I think people understand that our current healthcare system is...
Yeah, what's up, Han? How you doing? Welcome in.
Broken. We need to do what every other major country on earth does and guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right. Obviously, it is an atrocity.
Yeah, we'll see.
For anyone who is, I think, shocked or surprised at the scale in which this incident has really gripped a lot of the public consciousness and imagination. I think people need to really understand how much everyday people are living with eroded health or know someone who died or passed away, and in their most vulnerable moments had either their lives destroyed from a devastating healthcare diagnosis that completely upended their financial life, or know someone whose life was in fact taken from a diagnosis. And I think that this collective American experience, which is so twisted to have in the wealthiest nation in the world, all of that pain that people have experienced is being concentrated on this event. And it's really important that we take a step back. This is not to comment, and this is not to say that an act of violence is justified. But I think for anyone who is confused or shocked or appalled, they need to understand that people interpret and feel and experience denied claims as an act of violence against them. People go homeless over the financial devastation of a diagnosis that doesn't get addressed, or the amount that they're going to have to cover with a surprise bill and things like that. And when we kind of talk about how systems are violent in this country, in this passive way, our privatized healthcare system is like that for a huge amount of Americans. I mean, I did not have health insurance until I got elected to Congress. I was running. When I first ran for Congress, I had to sit in a free clinic while waiting so that I could get a blood test that I could afford, while people were canvassing and knocking doors with flyers with my name on it. Healthcare in this country has gotten to such a depraved state that people are living with things that they should never have to live with. Now, this is not to say that, and this is not to participate in that glorification, but we need to understand that extreme levels of inequality in the United States yield high degrees of social instability. And this is why this is one of the practical reasons for people who are not moved by the moral case for why everybody should have a house over their head and the ability to see a doctor. We should at least be moved by the social stability case of the fact that we cannot, continue like this. Our democracy is eroding because inequality is busting this country up at the seams, and that is what allows a fascist administration to take the pain of inequality and blame it on an immigrant, or blame it on a poor person, or blame it on someone that doesn't look like themselves. So, I think it's just important that people not pretend to act like they don't know where this is coming from. For anyone who is, I think...
They are working hard to make legal again assault-style weapons that we rendered illegal in this country 4 years ago.
He has not banned a single gun. He's spent over $60 million to fail to take a single gun off the road. He's had to give it an amnesty to reverse all of the announced gun bans that he did, standing in front of a cartoon image of a scary Hollywood-style gun. And what has been the sum total of all of this? A 116% increase in gun violence since he became prime minister. When will he realize that banning Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle is not going to stop crime, that instead we actually have to lock up the criminals?
There.
Paul Povalula, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. As soon as Latin women squeeze out one kid, it's over. The reason healthcare is so expensive is because government got involved in healthcare. No, you want to know why? You want to know why healthcare is so expensive? This is why, right here. Okay.
My name is Meow, like a cat, but I am a dog. Take me on walks. We practice training, which is one of my favorite things because I get treats.
Okay. That is why healthcare is so expensive. We have people in here acting like dogs. All right. You think your vet bill is expensive now. Wait until your girlfriend starts calling herself Meow the dog. Need to know the answer, right? Meow. Yeah, exactly. Racist white lady punches Trump supporter.
Seeing us being supporters of Trump and dark skin, it disgusted her.
Why would somebody with brown skin support this man?
And she said, you should be ashamed of yourself. Look at you guys. You're brown. He's a racist. I said, you're the racist. And then that was it. She just pushed me, and then she just closed fist and just popped me in my chin.
No, you can't go home.
No, you can't
leave. I can't go.
No, you're being detained right now. You're not free to leave.
I am definitely not a racist. But I definitely...
Bro, if you have to say that, I am definitely not a racist. You might be a little racist.
want to flag people with brown skin or other color skins that, hey, you realize what's going to happen.
That's kind of racist if you're targeting certain individuals.
I'm not targeting him.
You are. You just said I'm finding people with brown skin.
She didn't think she did anything wrong, you know? And I just feel like it's because us just standing there represented like we're being violent just standing.
I mean, was it worth it, lady? Was it really worth it? Oh, man. Oh, what else we got here?
So there is a Home Office Islamic network of Muslim activists working to shape policy, and it just so happens that Prevent at the Home Office are no longer monitoring Islamic terror, but they are monitoring the critics of Islam as terrorists, even though they're not committing all the crimes. Now, the coverage of this is giving the game away. We go to The Guardian. Look who's in the thumbnail. Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage is targeted by The Guardian here and by Sarah Khan. There's a quote from this. From Sarah Khan. I am concerned that over recent years we've seen increasing numbers of politicians jump on the conspiracy theory bandwagon. Politicians clearly have an important role in what they say and the language they use, Khan said. If you're using language that talks about distrusting the police or attacking an establishment in a certain way to whip up power or votes, then you have to think about the long-term consequences of that. Reform should be going to war against people like this because they are trying to strip you of parliamentary privilege and silence you. So there is a Home Office Islamic network.
Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation about reform lately. I saw a Darren Grimes clip about it. Where was it? Is this it?
So Farage is after Labour seats as well, and I think the number now was they came second in 89 seats to Labour. How worried should the party be about the threat?
I think people should be very concerned about reform because they're not just a threat to individual parties, but I actually think they're a threat to democracy because they are offering easy answers to real problems, which are not a solution and will just increase people's distrust and disillusionment. But what I didn't see is any acknowledgement, and we haven't seen this either from Kemi Badenoch, that reform is a problem. They're saying it's not a problem. Until they say, look, we're really up against it, they won't start dealing with it.
No, they're saying it's a problem. They're just not saying it's a threat to democracy. It's a threat to the Uni Party. It's the Democrats' playbook. Next thing you know, they'll be accusing Nigel Farage of being Adolf Hitler. Let's get it straight. It was Labour that betrayed Brexit. It was Labour that stabbed British farmers in the back. It was Labour that left pensioners out in the cold. And Harriet, of all people, of the Labour Party, are lecturing us on reform, are lecturing reform about democracy. Pull the other one. You people are the anti-democratic fascists that you speak of. Here's the truth. Reform isn't a threat to democracy. Reform is a threat to that duopoly. They're rattling the cosy little setup that Labour and the Tories have stitched up like a kipper for decades. Centuries, a century. Harriet can't stand it, right? She says, oh, no, we must not let the people have a choice. They will choose incorrectly like they did with Brexit. I can see her metaphorically clutching at her pearls. She'd rather you are stuck with the same tired faces offering the same tired non-answers. Reform, new kid on the block, and it's got the establishment running
James McMurdoch.
I think it would be interesting if Reform had a kind of MAGA moment. I don't think they're anywhere near where they would need to be to have that, but I think they're on their way, and I think Europe is probably moving in a more rightward, I don't know if that's a word, direction. I don't know how successful Le Pen is seeming in France, but I know that they have had to pull out some miracles, I think, the last election to make sure they didn't gain as much power as it seemed like they were going to. And then in the Netherlands, you have Geert Wilders. Geert Wilders, obviously, you have Orban. You have a few others. I don't know. And what's her name? Meloni in Italy. I mean, I don't know. Is Europe moving to the right? Where's my Euroids at? Conrad's a Euroid. Where's any other Euroids out there? Is Europe moving too far to the right? Is the question. All right, maybe we'll come back to Instagram in a minute. Let's check out a video. We never hear about Alexander de Croo. Who's that? Who the fuck is Alexander de Croo? Okay, we were watching this Charlie Kirk guy. Let's see. Oh, what are you talking about here? Belgian PM? Oh, okay, interesting. I have not heard of that. Where is he? Is he left? Is he right? Is he center? What's his deal?
The unnecessary deaths. We acknowledge that we want to try to limit those. We could talk about that. Yeah. But in a culture that believes that owning a firearm is a right, not a privilege, our goal should be about limiting the suffering, but acknowledging that you're not going to get rid of it completely. It's a different viewpoint than the European model. The final point I'll say is, why do you think we believe it's a right? It's because we believe that, God forbid, if the government ever becomes tyrannical, we need an ability to defend ourselves against a tyrannical government. So please, your thoughts on this.
Yes, absolutely. So there's two things I want to touch on. The first is being the context of the Second Amendment during its creation. Obviously, the Constitution was written in 1776.
It was 1787, and the Bill of Rights was 1791, but that's okay. Yeah.
Anyways, so back then, the average... an experienced shooter on a musket could fire 3 shots a minute. All right, on average, it took 30 seconds to fire 1 shot. Modern day AR-15s, traditionally, if it's a stock model, holds about 30 rounds in a magazine. Now, you can customize that and make it carry more, sure, but the staggering statistic is that these AR-15s can empty this 30-round magazine in 5 seconds, is the possibility.
So that's totally correct. The question is, what was the founders' intent when they put the Second Amendment? For example,
yes.
to play out, and I'm not trying to pick on you,
no,
but for example, you say the founders only want or thought that, okay, must get Second Amendment. Did they only think First Amendment, parchment and paper, not Twitter?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase?
If the Second Amendment was only intended to cover muskets, is the First Amendment only intended to cover letter writing, not talk on the internet?
That's a good point. But here's the thing.
Meaning these principles transcend technology. And that's where we come from, is that you have a First Amendment right, whether you're speaking freely on a message board or if you're just talking like the Founding Fathers would. You have a Second Amendment right, whether it's a musket or whether it's an AR-15, because the principle and the truth that undergirds it, and I'll let you in a second,
yeah, for sure,
is transcendent above the technology.
So you get a drone or own one already? Is that for me? Designs? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I do have an interest in getting a drone, but it'd be more for like amateur photography. It wouldn't be for for weird drone stuff, Oh, there was a guy. Oh man. There was a clip. Oh man, maybe it might take me like a minute to find this. There was a guy who shot down a drone. It was a Walmart delivery drone. And he shot down the Walmart delivery drone, and the cops showed up, and he got federal charges. He got all kinds of charges. But the thing is, the guy was like 75, 80 years old. And he completely complied when the officer came around. I mean, it was, just it was the way you should act around police officers. But man, I felt so bad for this guy. He was just like, he just pulled out his fucking 9mm and shot at this Walmart delivery drone, and he landed like federal charges and shit. Drones considered the same as a manned aircraft under FAA regulations. You can get 25 for shooting down. That's wow. This is an old guy though, man. Can you imagine like old guy in his mid to late 70s, early 80s, getting federal charges? He was so caught off guard. He thought he was like protecting his house or something. Oh, where's that clip? I felt bad for the guy. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Oh, actually, here's one for the military guys out there. If you ever had to, I think this guy's great. His name's One Punch Dad. He's on Instagram and YouTube and everything as One Punch Dad. He's great. He's really good military content. But this is him like reenacting like a CIF guy, like basically like somebody who retires and then becomes like a civilian employee or contractor or something.
All right, hey, easy noise. All right, welcome to Fort Liberty and Processing. All right, first things first, I'm going to need everyone to pull out 52 copies of their orders carrying them to Fort Liberty. Do I have a copy machine? No, I do not. No, I do not. Maybe we show up prepared next time. Okay, well, I'm just saying, Sergeant. How many of you guys are fresh out of AIT? Hello, raise your hands. Thank you. Oh, by the way, if you are a Master Sergeant or above, you don't really have to be here. You can just go to some places and get some stamps if you want. Come back. We're probably going to sign off on it. So go with God. Good luck. If you did a Diddy move, you need to collect and consolidate your receipts and take them to the transportation office. Roger? All right, I'm going to say it one more time. CIF will not serve you if you do not go in uniform, okay? They will also need 57 copies of your orders carrying you to Fort Liberty, so just come prepared. Hi, Speed, when was the last time you had a haircut? Are you on leave anymore? No, you're not. Okay, all right. Let's see what your first sergeant says whenever you report to your unit. It's gonna be a blast. Can't wait. All right, easy noise.
This guy's great. His content's amazing. Where's the drone guy? It's gotta be somewhere around here. Maybe it's too far. Oh, they're doing a fucking Peaky Blinders movie, apparently. Yeah, I think I've gone too far. Whatever, I'll find it. I just felt bad. The guy was like 70, 80 years old getting federal charges because he was shooting a fucking drone that was like getting near his house or something. Oh, this is it. I think this is it.
I don't think they...
Never mind, it's not it. Alright, whatever. Anyways. Let's go.
So I'm going to use your logic a little bit. When the Constitution was written, slaves existed in the United States, and that was amended and added to the Constitution when we freed the slaves. Same with women, we gave them the right to vote. So I don't understand why. I mean, it feels like it's a little bit of cherry picking going on because the Constitution is constantly evolving and changing.
Well, but hold on, the First and Second Amendment have never changed.
Does that mean they can't?
Well, but we believe,
have a ratification process.
Well, of course they can, but we think it shouldn't, and the fact that it hasn't is noteworthy. So, for example, we tried abolition of alcohol. The country didn't want it, and we got rid of it very quickly. So we've added amendments and gotten rid of them. Why has the First Amendment stood the test of time? Because we believe, as conservatives, the Constitution was not written for the times, but stand the test of time. Why? Because it was written to analyze human nature. And this is where leftists and conservatives would disagree. We think human nature is consistent over time, whereas leftists think that you're a creature of your environment and human nature changes based on the nuances and the complexities around you. So, for example, we believe that the right to be able to petition your government and speak is something that is eternal and should never change. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and when you refer to the First Amendment, are you talking about the right to speak freely, or are you talking about the right to religion?
Well, both. So there's two parts of the First Amendment, the free expression clause and the establishment clause. So it is, you basically have the right to petition your government for grievances or redresses, and the government shall not create basically a state-run religion or the free exercise thereof. That is the original wording of the First Amendment.
So can I ask you how, with the government cannot create a national or state-run religion, when we have justices like Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who is making calls based off his Catholic beliefs, how is that not a violation of separation of church and state?
Well, so first of all, separation of church and state is not in the First Amendment. You're gleaning that out of it. So that's actually a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1803 to the Danbury Baptist Convention, assuring the Baptists that the government would not come after them. So you're insinuating that that is the subtext of it. However, the Warren Court resurrected that letter and said it's separation of church and state. However, you would agree that we can never have separation of conscience or morality of state, right?
Can you elaborate?
For example, you have somebody who's an office holder. Mm-hmm. The values that undergird them are going to be reflected in their decisions, of course. Yeah, so that's what's happening with Clarence Thomas.
Yes.
No different than Joe Biden's Catholic values are what's representing his open border policies.
Yes, and speaking on, the overturn of Roe v. Wade, when Clarence Thomas did, he voted in favor to overturn that. Sure, you can use that argument there. But when it comes to him calling for the court to, reevaluate same-sex marriage and things like that, contraception rights, can you tell me what kind of economic impact either of those things have on it? It seems like a very religious standpoint.
I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here. However, you'll never have separation of morality and state. And you've come up here in great faith, and I want to compliment you on that. You are wearing a Harris Wall sticker.
Yes.
Just one question. Can you tell me her greatest accomplishment?
Absolutely. So I think that Biden-Harris administration was in an unfortunate position when they came into office. It was, around the height of the COVID pandemic. And I wish I had exact numbers for you right now. I should have done more research on that. But the inflation rate has gone down since the height of COVID to now. And Donald Trump's, one of his biggest policies is imposing tariffs, right? Does anyone have the numbers?
Well, first of all, let me just ask, do you guys feel inflation has come down at all? So, no, it's okay. So this is important. I'm not picking on you. But this is the problem with just overly studying what the economists say. The American people don't buy this garbage because they're feeling the pain every single day. Mm-hmm. And I just want to say that, again, I'm just asking, what is her greatest accomplishment, though?
Sure. So in terms of her being the vice president, I'm willing to be critical of Kamala Harris, by the way. I think that there's not a lot of, incredible policies that she's put into place. I know that Donald Trump has been able to call into the House and, turn down some bills involving the border. But I will say why I want to vote for Harris for president, because she has promised things like the child tax credit. And it seems like to me, like she's trying to do things in order to support these young mothers that are being forced into this scenario to give birth to children that they can't either support or they weren't ready for or they don't want. So the overturn of Roe v. Wade might ban abortions, and it's about what can we do since Georgia, for example, up until Amber Thurman had a total ban on abortion. What can we do to support those mothers if we're going to ban abortion?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
He fully agrees with me.
Are there people going nuts about this mass shooting from today? Usually, yeah, every time something like this happens, people are like, where are the politicians? Where are they? Why aren't they banning the guns? I don't know if I've heard anything. Facts don't care about your feelings. Inflation has come down. Roll of the D. What's up? How you doing? Welcome in. Roll of the D. Account created 2016. Okay. Fair enough. How you doing? What's going on? Somewhere in New Jersey. So the original drones were probably searching for that. Yeah, I had another clip here where somebody was talking about there's only like one, like there's no reason to be flying drones at night beyond recreational use. I don't know if the guy was like a drone aficionado or something, but there was something about that here. Where are you at, buddy? There he is.
Now, drones, they have no reason to be in the air at night unless you're doing...
It's not a PPG. You never know. I always have to check. I feel like he's like always lurking around every corner. I have to check every time. Because you never know,
doing some type of IS. Now, drones, they have no reason to be in the air at night unless you're doing some type of ISR work, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, looking for bad guys. There's no reason for a drone to be flying at night, really. The only reason why you would ever fly an unmanned aircraft at night, is if you're looking for something, whether it be a person or...
What's a PPG? Trust me, if you have to ask that question, you don't want to know. It's better that you don't know. I equate it to like, people like me who have never seen Two Girls, One Cup. Sometimes people say, have you ever seen Two Girls, One Cup? And some people say yes, and you feel bad for them because you know that image is burnt in their brain forever. And then there's people like me who have never seen it before, and we're glad that we don't have that memory with us forever. It's the same thing with PPG. You don't want it. He's a communist man in peace on the bedroom floor. Exactly. Yeah.
trying to smell gas. Now, drones, they have...
But this guy was basically saying the same thing. Like the only reason there would be a drone, out and about at that time would be to do some kind of reconnaissance for, hazmat issues or things like that. All right, what else we got here? Let's look at something fun. The Chris Chan pregnancy scare. All right, let's go. Let's fucking do it. Pequeña puta gringa. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what this is. This is Turkey Tom, but he's talking about the Chris Chan pregnancy scare. I didn't know this was a thing. This is from 2 weeks ago. Okay, so this is relatively recent.
All right, so I think everyone watching this video right now knows who Chris Chan is, so I'll kind of skip the introductions for this one. The most recent update in the Chris Chan lore is something that took the entire internet by storm a few days ago, and in a collective gasp heard across Reddit, Twitter, 4chan, Kiwi Farms, really every website that talks about things, everybody was on the verge of blowing their brains out not that long ago due to this news. Chris Chan claims that his Finnish girlfriend Flutter is pregnant and due in summer.
When the child is actually coming into play, or somewhere around that point. Or I just might keep y'all in the dark and let y'all know it till and wait till after the child is
If
born?
you didn't catch what he was saying there, it sounds like Chris is saying he'll be having a child around summertime. He jokes a little bit about it and how he may keep everyone in the dark about what's really happening here and not really announce that the kid is on the way officially until after they're born. He might be facetious about it, but obviously this little slip of the tongue had everyone up in arms about the possibility that the internet's greatest lolcow would be able to conceive a child and bring them into this world. Now, the rest of the thread here on Twitter reads, for those needing copium, there is an alternative interpretation that Chris is saying he will announce a pregnancy somewhere around that point, not summer around that point. It does imply that they are trying to conceive regardless of interpretation. Frankly, I know that eugenics is a controversial idea, but I personally can't think of a better argument to strip away someone's personal freedoms than in a case like this. Like, on one hand, sure, it is a good thing to, you know, have personal freedoms and liberty and people to have the right to be happy and conceive, you know, whatever they want to do. You know, it's a slippery slope once you start taking those things away, but at the same time, it is Chris Chan, so a delusional schizo who believes in an alternate universe that actually exists in their mind with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Batman, Rick, and their fan character mashup of Sonic and Pikachu. They believe they are all living together in an alternate realm and that this world will collide with ours in some great schism, the dimensional merge. And obviously, not only are they extremely mentally ill, deranged, delusional, whatever you want to call them, but Chris Chan is also the same individual who allegedly made their senile mother throw it back Ice Spice style on their autistic disco stick. So I think we'd be living in a pretty dark reality if this person was able to conceive and have another child. Frankly, I think we should be taking drastic measures to save the world from another lifetime of Chris Chan lore. It's got to end somewhere, and I'm in favor of whatever government agency is willing to carry that out, regardless of the consequences after the fact. But as a result of this news coming out, we got a lot of memes from people just kind of expressing their absolute abject horror at the prospect of this happening, and I mean, I get it. Chris Chan's baby is due summer of 2025. Welcome back, Liam Payne. Liam Payne, of course, being one of the members of One Direction who tragically died recently. If Chris Chan has a child, it will be the end of all of us. Be Chris Chan, autistic man-child, R-word your mom, avoid going to prison, forced to move out, get short Finnish girlfriend, your rich girlfriend flies you to Finland, knock her up. Imagine your life improving dramatically by committing incest. And maybe that is kind of one of the weird turns in this story, like it seems like Chris's life post the mom allegations, post the mom throwing it back, Ice Spice style allegations. It seems like Chris's life has actually gotten quite a bit better now. I mean, they're able to make at least some income from their website where they sell these really cursed Sonichu medallions, which, by the way, you know, I'm not a very religious person, but I, you know, even in recent times have become wary of wearing anything with a pentagram on it because I'm just superstitious about my entire life falling apart as a result of a demon or some kind. I don't know. Maybe I'm being schizophrenic, but I just don't like that idea, you know. There's something dark about it, but you know, but wherever you stand on that issue, okay, you don't even have to agree with me there or anything like that. You don't have to not want to wear the Slipknot satanic shirts I used to wear anymore. Regardless of that fact, I think that wearing a Sonichu medallion is unironically probably worse. Like, I think that if you wear that medallion, you're basically inviting some kind of interdimensional beast into your life. Rosachu is going to come out of a portal and drag you to hell, and then you'll just be there with Pickle Rick and Sonichu, basically. To all these silly YouTubers who are buying this stuff, some of which are my friends and are wearing this medallion, I think your days are genuinely numbered, and please get the fuck away from me if you have that thing present, please. I don't want whatever spiritual disease.
Bro, there is like some kind of curse. There are people who have like worn the Chris Chan medallion, the Sonichu medallion, and like bad things have happened to them apparently. I feel like Chris Chan would probably be deemed unfit to be a parent and lose custody immediately. Probably. In the right country, probably, yeah.
Is infecting you as a result of that medallion to come close to me whatsoever. The guy making the Chris Chan documentary when he hears Chris is having a child. Here comes the money! Don't buy a rope. You could reincarnate as Chris Chan's child. Yeah, what an amazing fate. That's definitely a good reason to still be here. Now, we also got a lot of commentary videos about this at the time from people like Optimus and Diesel Patches going over the situation who were just horrified and shocked as the rest of the internet was. And frankly, it's hard to blame these guys for jumping on the story because it does sound like Chris was talking about a child that was soon to be in the original video. Chris isn't very ambiguous about it at all in that original recording. Now, I did go back to the original just to get the full context, and Chris even elaborates a bit on how he has a right to his own privacy if he wants to keep this hypothetical pregnancy a secret.
me a throat.
I have a right to my privacy.
There's no president y'all need to know about. Man, yeah, beeswax. Go do your own thing somewhere else, dummy.
You big dummy. Yeah, Elizabeth, you come to join you, honey.
He's surrounded by a bunch of idiots on the internet.
So for a day or so there, things were looking pretty bad. People were basically having mental breakdowns all across social media. But of course, Chris Chan did see the commotion going down and surprisingly was actually able to read English and interpret what people were saying. And as a result, he went out of his way to deny that any child was actually on the way. Okay, all of this is starting to get out of control now. There is no pregnancy. I was speaking hypothetically in that live stream. I'm so surprised how even when I say something hypothetical, it gets misunderstood. Thank you for your kindness. I reiterate, there is no pregnancy with anyone. So after people saw this, I think the entire internet was able to give a collective sigh of relief at the idea that this child was actually not on the way. It's not happening. We are spared from more truly demonic horrors coming into this world from the Chris Chan story. And as a result, some commentary videos about this whole thing had to be taken down. Diesel Patches hadn't even released his, but he said that he had his scheduled for that morning, but he didn't know about the update until that time period, so he had to get rid of his video. But he said he'll gladly trade that if it means the fetus is not real. Now that being said, I actually don't think this is as black and white as we want it to be here. While it is true that there's no direct confirmation of this child, I don't think this completely rules out the possibility that there could be one on the way, or at the very least that Chris is thinking about the idea of getting one on the way. I mean, there's got to be an heir to the throne, right? At this point, you can't really take Chris's word to be very literal all the time, obviously, because of, you know, who he is. But considering the circumstances around this, I mean, there could be reason to believe that a child could be on the way in the future, and that would be pretty dark. As a lot of people have pointed out, Chris does indeed have a girlfriend named Flutter. She's a pretty well-known figure to a decent amount of Chris historians. We know that she was kind of a super fan of him from the internet and was writing to Chris at some point in 2022. And from there, their relationship began to prosper once Chris got out of jail after the whole mom throwing it back thing. They actually ended up meeting up in real life.
But to end this on a more positive note, so the girl y'all had seen me with in the past few weeks, I'll tell you a little something about her. She's a friend of mine, and I refer to her only as Flutter, because she likes Fluttershy, okay? I met her in Lynchburg. She got in touch with me while I was in jail. And we managed to meet. We managed to bond and connect with each other as friends. And she is literally 30 years old despite her physicality. But anyway, just pretty much straightforward right there, letting you know about that. And I just felt like I just needed to say all that, clear the air. There is nothing wrong with being associated with me, period.
From there, people started spotting her with Chris, and before long, it became clear that she was, in fact, his girlfriend. So it's not totally out of the realm of possibility that Chris could knock her up at some point in the future. I mean, I would hope that the hormones Chris is taking would have caused infertility by now. I think that would definitely save the world, but that's not necessarily the case. It's not a 100% thing. And sometimes, where there's a will, there is a way.
You're implying that a group composed entirely of female animals will breed?
No, I'm simply saying that life finds a way.
But regardless of that, for now, you guys can all rest easy knowing that there's no confirmation that Chris Chan will be having an offspring anytime soon. But if things change, obviously, I'll make a video about it.
Okay, well, we'll be on the lookout for that. Regret the internet. God, I wish I was born in Indus Valley back in the good days of communal bathhouses, crop rotations, chilling free, knowing your action had purpose for both you and your community. Have a sense of community to even begin with, and of course the group orgies and DMT plants that help you see God helped too. I think you need to link up with fucking Joe Rogan, Anoka. And dying at 40 was a plug, yeah, a plus, yeah. People back then, they would just say, "I had a good run," you know. The reality is quite the opposite from what the title tells. In fact, Orb shoots down the drone. Okay, you guys are talking about the drone. I wonder what his girlfriend looks like. So they did see, was there a picture? Was there a picture of it?
And we'll be having an op too. And from there, they're really...
This is it? This is the girlfriend?
pretty dark. As a lot of people have pointed out, Chris does indeed have a girlfriend named Flutter. She's a pretty well-known figure to a decent amount of Chris historians. We know that she was kind of a super fan.
Okay. It's like this picture is so blurry. It reminds me of like a Bigfoot picture.
Of him from the internet and was writing to Chris.
It's like Sasquatch, yeah. Me and Shang, I didn't even see what you said, Shang, there. Me and Shang were on the same level. Amazing. Yeah. Steamer sealing material, exactly, yeah.
At some point in 2022. And from there, their relationship began to prosper once Chris got out of jail after the whole mom throwing it back thing. They actually ended up meeting up in real life.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well, that's good news, right? I think I might throw on this Mary Chu video. I'm gonna have Mary Chu on at some point. I gotta send her a DM. But I essentially, I sent her a donation in the chat today to get some visibility on my my message. But her content's been popping up in my fucking algo, and her streams have been banging streams, banging takes. So. And when she got my message, she was like, "Yeah, just send me a DM. We can link something up." So, every single fucking picture of this girl is blurry. It's weird. Yeah, most of these drone sightings. Okay, I don't know about the drones. Let's see. All right, let's check it out. Eradicate the concept of allyship. It's the only way. I remember. I think the first time I met Gorp. I don't know. I think maybe Gorp raided me. I think that's what it was. Or maybe I was hanging out in Gorp's chat, and then Gorp just decided to raid me. But I'll never forget the only time I've ever been asked that question, like, "Are you an ally?" was from Gorp, and Gorp said, "Are you an ally?" And I was like, "No, I am not an ally. I'm not an ally. I don't believe in fucking allyship. I think that all that shit is cringe." Allies usually have shared values. There's usually some kind of mutual. There's some reciprocity there. So I think this whole ally discourse is fucking cringe. So I was honest. I was just like, no, like, I probably should have said maybe, but I think that the correct answer should have been maybe, but it definitely wasn't yes. Because I don't know what you agree with me on, and allies tend to have some reciprocity there, Allies usually commie related. It's I don't know, maybe it's probably more progressive discourse than anything. I mean, allyship, I guess it, if you had to rank what it's most associated with, it would be probably something like LGBTQ plus discourse. It would be, and then maybe you can jump into some intersectionality stuff in terms of race or ability or anything like that. But it's generally associated with gay and trans discourse. And I mean, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean that I'm not willing to agree with gay and trans people on certain things, and or even most things.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Yo. Thank you for the follow roll. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Legion. But I think the term should inherently involve some reciprocity, and if it only involves one way support for gay or trans discourse, then I think it's too one-sided for me. It's like, what am I getting out of this? Do you want to take away my guns? Because if you do, then I'm definitely not your ally. That's what I'm talking about. It's not about like directly being against anything involving gay or trans people at all. It's more like, I could support you all day, but if you still want to fucking take away my guns and shit, then, I mean, what kind of allyship is that? I'd be a fucking idiot to call myself an ally. You know, if that was the case, where I'm going to support you, but you're not going to support me at all, you know, there's no reciprocity. There's nothing, it's, you know, if you're not treating it like the two-way street that I think it should be treated as, then I think the concept of allyship is fucking bullshit. And people just throw that term around to, you know, wave the flag of, you know, whatever flag they want to wave. When I say wave the flag, I mean like a virtue signal kind of thing. I don't mean like a trans flag or you know, a pride flag or anything. Tunnel snakes rule? Exactly. There you go. His roll the D's, throwing out that old school Fallout 3 fucking reference. I love it. But this person, Mary Chu, is based. Holy fuck. Mary Chu has been on fire with some takes that I've heard recently. I appreciate when people can exist on one side and also be critical of the side that they're on. I love that. I think that's great. I think it's uncommon, and I appreciate it when I see it. So it's you know, and you know, Mary Chu tends to focus on you know, trans discourse. It's mostly topics relating to, you know, either identity or gender or affirmation or things like that. But definitely not run-of-the-mill opinions. That's for sure. Definitely not run-of-the-mill opinions, which is what led me to believe that this person was actually fucking based as hell. You know, you should be able to you know, if you cannot critique, you know, your own side, then I don't know. Then you're probably in a bubble. You're probably in a bubble. Human's gonna human. You should probably jump into a fucking Britney Simon stream or something, you know. I support gun rights and LGBT as well. Based. Grand Design Enjoyer. Based. Very based. I'm probably one of the most hard left people here, and I completely support gun ownership. Any disarmament must begin with the cops. Okay, well. Zeron, you know, I might disagree with you on at least the cops part. But I'm glad you're at least part of the gun team, so. And I supported gun control only once when the Black Panthers. Yeah, I know. Because the Nazis this and comment. Yeah. Yep. Intentionally mispronounced. Absolutely, yeah. Self-critique is essential. Yes, for sure. You have to be able to do that, man. You have to be able to do that. I don't know how much of that I engage in actively or directly on my stream. I will say I like the one time I'll definitely note that I do is when we do our right wing. We do right wing watch from time to time. Well, we'll just like what we'll do is just probably wait every few weeks. We'll go through a ton of like whatever the latest right wing watch clips are. We'll go to right wing watch. And I will be like, yeah, okay, that's fucking nuts. That's batshit crazy. You know, the kind of shit that you see on Right Wing Watch, I'd be like, yeah, no go on all of this for sure. But also, you know, before today, I was usually doing homework on stream, and I'd just be distracted. So, haven't had as much chance to be as vocal about my opinions until now, where I have all the time in the world to do it. You know. I am, like, right now I'm looking up flights for New York because I did say earlier that I will probably be in New York on Friday. And I did find a decent flight. So it looks like I'm going Friday. And I'm coming back Sunday the 29th. So I'll just be in New York. Maybe I'll work out an IRL stream or something. You shoot a drone if it's close to the ground and standing above your property. After the clip that I saw, I'm not shooting any drones ever. This guy, the cops came. He was a nice old man. He was like, this drone was over my property. I shot it with my 9mm. He was like, am I in trouble? And the cop was like, yeah, you are in serious trouble, dude. You're like federal now. So I'm glad I saw that clip because I will not be shooting at any drones on my property. That's for sure. I would want to. I would definitely want to, but after seeing that clip, it's like, no way. Screw that old man really made me sad. Yeah. Oh, you must have saw the same clip I did then. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that guy should not be getting. Yeah, he's like in his 70s and 80s, and now he's catching federal charges. I mean, no. They're you know, actually, Walmart should fucking step up and figure out a way to save that guy. I think it was a Walmart delivery drone. You know, I don't care if the drone costs fucking $10,000 or whatever. Walmart should be like, okay, no. You know, that guy over the course of the next, 10 years, 15 years of his life, if he has that much left, will drop more than $10,000 at Walmart, over the course of a decade. Even from a capitalist perspective, that makes more sense, So I don't know, but yeah, I wouldn't. So I wouldn't now. I would have before until I saw that video. You consider watching this short video titled "Drone Shot Down Orb," as long as it's a short video and not some fucking 3-hour documentary. People, it's fucking, it never fails, man. Never fails. People say, "Hey, can you check out this link?"
Oh, icky.
Can you check out this link? And then it's a fucking 5-hour documentary about some shit.
JLR investigates. Oh my goodness, folks. New footage out of Phoenix, Arizona.
Is this it? Drone Wars, is that it? Search exact title. I did. Drone shot down or Phoenix, December 14, 2024. The first thing that popped up was Drone Wars. Drone shot down. Oh, this looks like it.
Oh, something's going up real fast. A plane? I can't tell, but it is. Whoa, is that moving quick? That could be a drone. I don't know what the hell that is. But that is quick. There's only one remaining right now. Whatever that green flashing one is, he moved quick around it to get it.
Expand the screen? Yeah.
Super quick.
How long will you be streaming? Maybe like another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. I'll at least be on for another hour.
He's like right there with it. Oh, he's like right on it. Ooh, that whatever it was just shut down the drone, if that was a drone. Holy crap. Starting.
Oh, wow. The truth is out there. All right, look. If you guys want to talk about drones, talk amongst yourselves. But I'm done with the drone thing. All right, we've talked about the drones. Let me jump into something else. But you guys feel free to your heart's content. Any thoughts? I don't know, man. I mean, some lady in Arizona filmed. I mean, the end of the video was compelling because you can definitely see a direct vertical drop, from that suspicious light. I just don't know, I mean, if the question out there is, do you think it's aliens? I'd be like, no, I don't think it's aliens. I think it's either some civilian drone or some military training scenario or something like that, you know. But I mean, you know, I don't. If you're asking me if it's aliens, no, I don't think it is. Nothing about speculating on that drone is going to keep me interested for the next fucking half hour, 45 minutes, or anything involving drones, you know. Because drones discourse is it aliens or is it not aliens, right? And if we're gonna go the it is aliens route, then you know we might as well just turn on Alex Jones for the next 3 hours. But if we're gonna go the it's not aliens route, then it's secret Chinese military spacecraft or whatever, and then we might as well turn on Alex Jones for 3 hours, you know. Which, don't get me wrong, I'll watch Alex Jones for 3 hours, but I don't think you guys want to do that. So, the orange thing deactivated the obvious drone. Hey, okay. Yeah, but I don't know what I could possibly achieve by talking about it. Aerial bottle bats, maybe. Single anecdotal video isn't that compelling, especially in today's world of AI and digital effects. Yeah. I would agree with that too, but I mean, you know, like it's just, you know, how caught up do we want to get on drone discourse, right? Again, it's either aliens or it's not aliens, right? If you want to talk about speculate whether it's aliens, then we might as well put on Alex Jones for a couple of hours, and if it's not aliens, then it's the CCP or it's Hillary Clinton or something like that. So then we just put on Alex Jones for a couple of hours. I mean, that's all drone discourse will only get us. You know, and like I said, I will put on Alex Jones if you want to put on Alex Jones, because I am fucking right there with some Alex Jones, bro. Like half ironically and half unironically, we could do it. I got some Jones here. Where's the Jones? Where's he at? Where's AJ at? Where's he at? I saw him here. Oh shit! Actually, this is for Salty. I don't know if Salty, if you're still out there, but this one's for Salty.
G'day, folks. Just replying to this comment, why do I have such a big beef with Americans? Well, actually, I don't have a beef with Americans at all. I actually really like you, Seppos, but I like to take the piss. And that's an Australian thing. We love to take the piss in Australia. If an Australian is making fun of you and making jokes about you, it actually means we like you. Okay, you got to remember Australia is one of the only countries in the world, and New Zealand's pretty much the same, where the more you insult your friend, the more you like them. Okay, in Australia, calling your friend you fucking cunt is actually a compliment. Okay, believe it or not. New Zealand's sort of the same. And that's why Australia and New Zealand, we take the piss out of each other all the time. We're constantly making fun of each other. We make fun of them, they make fun of us. We like to make fun of the Kiwis, they like to take it. But it's just a joke. And both Australians and New Zealanders are mature enough and grown up enough to realise that it's just a joke. We're just having fun, we're just taking the piss. We don't take offence to it. Okay, so if an Australian's making fun of you, don't take offence to it. You should take offence if an Australian's being serious and talking to you seriously and they're not making jokes. That means they really don't like you or they've got a bit of contempt for you. But if they're making jokes with you, that's a good thing, okay? So honestly, folks, no, I don't have a beef with Americans at all. I don't have a beef with America. I much prefer lamb. Like most Aussies, we prefer lamb. There you go. Ask any Aussie. They'll tell you. So chill out, you Seppo wankers.
That's like every conversation I've had with Salty. Where's that guy that, you know, the guy that's like, the European mind cannot comprehend this? Where's that guy at? That guy was awesome. Where is he? Do people with accented hear themselves in their accent? I feel like Midwest Americans are the default now. You know what? Well, I don't know about specifically for that, but there was one thing that I saw a video on this the other day where, so, I mean, has anybody out there heard the Boston accent? All right, the Boston accent is like really noticeable. It's really noticeable, you know. The car, yeah, exactly, the car. But here's the crazy thing about the Boston accent. The only people that have the Boston accent, for the most part, are like white Bostonians. If you talk to black people from Boston, they don't have that accent. So for me, that's crazy. I like to me, I don't understand how like everybody can grow up in that area, but only the white people speak. Park the car. I'm going to Dunkin'. You know, that kind of thing. Black people from Boston do not speak like that at all. It blows. It's kind of like I don't know if it's a cultural phenomenon kind of thing or, but I am curious as to why like that the Bostonian accent doesn't take in certain communities and it does in other communities. Brahmin boxing, yeah. Kept to themselves, community, yeah. Most big cities are segregated. Well, but the thing is, if you go to New York, if you talk to a black person in New York and you talk to a white person in New York, they have like really similar accents, very similar accents. I mean, obviously they're going to use different, words and language to describe different things, but the way that they sound while they're talking is incredibly similar. A black person and a white person in New York will say New York, right? Or they will have shared similarities with their accent. Now the way they describe things is going to be completely different, but the way that it sounds when they're talking is exactly the same. But that is not the case in Boston at all. There are not black people in Boston going, I'm gonna park the car and go to Dunkin'. You want a coffee or you want like the black people in Boston do not talk like that. Oh, this guy. Anybody remember this guy?
I'm stuck on the fucking freeways all over the place. They got it all blocked out. The Lloyd Center exit, the Convention Center exit, every motherfucking exit. You
I mean, if you have a medical condition that causes you to be this emotionally unstable, I guess that's one thing, man. But if you don't, and you're just that much of a dick to do what that guy did, oh man. A lot of people recently like, why aren't you married? You're 42. You're not married. You don't have kids. some of you have been asking me, like, do you want to get married? Do you want to have kids? But my explanation is, like, me being single through 4 decades of my life has been to avoid situations like this. This lady fucking this ladies like this is the reason why I am absolutely happy to be single.
4 times divorce, 4 times. Let's see, let's look. You tell me. What do you want to know?
What is the most toxic thing that you've ever done?
Okay, let's do this. All right, take them to court and then get a good divorce lawyer, of course. Take them for half of the retirement. Take them half of their property and then fight them for higher child support, okay? And a couple of years from now, hit you up for more child support every 3 years. Every 3 years, you go up from maybe 200 to 300 to 400 to 500. You bring it up to $2,000 per child. Per child. But I got one child right here. Kaylin right here. Her daddy paying child support for her, of course. It always is. 4 times divorce.
I am so glad. I don't even care what kind of life I may have missed out on by not having, a marriage and kids in my 20s and 30s. I do not even fucking care at all, because I know that at this moment in my life, I have never gone through that. And my dad is going through that right now with multiple marriages. And I just sit back and I'm just like, man, fuck that. Fuck that. I look at I talk to my dad, and I look at my dad, and, he tells me about what's going on. He tells me about, he's lucky that the first marriage just did their own thing, and she went on her own, and she's my blood mother, so I love her to death. I've recently not recently, like in the past 10 years, her and I have reconnected. But my dad's lucky that she went off and did her own thing, because she could have done the same thing that woman just did. But my stepmom is doing that to my dad right now, so I'm seeing my dad still go through it in his 60s, still paying money. It's like his kids are already moved out. They're already done. They got their own lives. They're doing everything. And my dad is still paying my stepmom every month, just fucking stroking a check every month to her. Fuck, man. Fuck that shit, dude. What would you think about going after a Ukrainian girl? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It could work out. Eastern Ukrainian or Eastern European girls tend to come from homes that, support traditional values. I'm not talking about religious values. I'm just talking about, the man provides and there's providing and protecting from the man, and there's peace and pleasure from the woman. That kind of like that understood role that people have known for centuries. And I think probably Ukrainian girls are on that tip. However, I don't know. Ukrainian girls are probably also very cunning, and so I don't know. Maybe we'll see. But I might. Here's my 2 options. I'm either going to passport bro it, right, or I'm going to land a chick that's like in her mid-20s who has no kids and no baggage and no drama. If I could get a woman in her late 30s or early 40s that has no kids and no drama, that would be great. But the likeliness of that happening is fucking, almost zero. Everyone hating lawyers becomes such a joke that people have forgotten lawyers have been ruining the world. Opinion on parents having to put, let's say, 15 to 20% of their wealth in a living trust in the name of their kid upon the kid being born. Having to do it, I don't know about the having to do it thing. I mean, it sounds like a good idea. Setting up a trust for your child anyway is a good idea in the event of having to write a will, so that they can avoid all of the circuitous and harsh tax penalties that they would get if you just put your house in their name or something like that. So I think it's a good idea in practice, but I don't know about having to do it. Get multiple girls? I only want one, man. I'm not that kind of guy. I just want one. Multiple? No, I'm a one woman man. So, how women were second class citizens, and somehow all laws in family court are for them. I think lawyers would disagree with you on that one, Birdman, but they would be arguing from a legal and technical perspective. But I understand what you're saying. LOL what? OMG sticks. Oh, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, okay. LOL what? What are you LOLing at? LMG sticks. Also, how you doing? What's going on? I saw support polyamory and open relationships. LOL. Okay. God, what is this shit with support? I don't know. Support and allyship and I don't know. I mean, I guess I can, I can't argue there because it's like I support gun rights, but that's about it. I support your right to have rights. Now, if your rights involve polyamory, then whatever, fine. But I don't support polyamory. I could care less about fucking polyamory and open relationships and shit like that. Curious what I came into. We're just talking about everything. Right now, we talk about politics, we talk about streamers, we talk about fucking, dating, whatever. We talk about whatever. What do you want to talk about, Sticks? That's what your name is now, Sticks. What do you want to talk about, Sticks? Know everything about family law. Okay. Support free internet access? No, I don't support that. I like free shit? Yeah, okay. All right. No, I don't support that. What else is there? What was I looking for? There was something else I was looking for. Oh, here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here we go. Here's another one.
Oh my God, I'm officially divorced. Yes.
Shake me.
Oh my God.
So I'll start it over. The context is she was happy divorcing her husband, then finds out finds out he's not paying for the child support. Right. So this is like this looks like some kind of reality show celebrity or something. So this is not every case, obviously, but still, it's just fucking gross.
Oh my God, I'm officially divorced. Yes.
Shake me.
Oh my God. I'm officially primary custodian of the kids. What about the child support? That's it? Tony, that's crazy. Why? Are you kidding me? Not all of this financial burden with my children is on me?
What?
This is... Oh my God, I'm officially...
Ugh. Fucking makes me want to throw up. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that shit. I don't even care that I'm single in my 40s. I don't even care. The fact that I have the peace of mind knowing that I don't have any alimony or child support is so freeing, man. Maybe it doesn't make sense to most people because they just don't have that kind of experience in terms of the things that families go through. But my family went through a shit ton of that stuff. Is still doing it. My dad is in his fucking 60s and he's still doing that shit. Still paying my fucking stepmom. If my mom hadn't fucking said, fuck it, you know what, I'm done with the shit, he would be paying her too. I am so glad to not be fucking having any of that. Fuck me, man. Custody my daughter since 6. She's 17. She was never ordered to pay me child support because she had kids. Okay, yeah. We got libraries that offer free internet access. Is it such a big step to have internet freely outside libraries? I don't know. I mean, like, you know, like, I don't mind paying for premium internet access. You know, if you know, I pay a premium to have very good internet access, so I can have a lot of fucking you know, upload download speed and whatever, like all the things that come with my service. I'm happy to pay for that, you know. But if it was free, but the trade-off for it being free is it's fucking shit service, then I'd rather pay for good service, you know. Lower your chances of having a crappy life by getting with rational, stable people. Oh, well, Sticks. Sticks is just solving fucking problems over here, left and right. Get with rational, stable people. Okay. Gotcha. That's the answer right there. Get with rational, stable people. Yeah. Everybody be perfect. From now on, everybody has to be perfect, okay? Government provides top-tier service. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I just don't mind paying for, you know, I probably pay like $100 a month for, you know, incredibly stable, you know, high volume, high traffic internet, you know, and I'm fine with that. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know, maybe 5, 6 devices always hooked up that are always just at the push of a button working all the time. You know, if the sacrifice is the cost I have to pay for those things always being up, and I just have to pay $100 a month, I am totally fine with that, you know. Totally fine with that. But if it was free and it's like, well, yeah, I don't have to pay for it, but it's shit, then I'd rather pay for the good stuff, you know. So that's just my take on it. But sorry, man, there's tons of crazies out there. No, I know. I'm just fucking with you, Sticks. It's all good. Mrs. Red Dress there, you can just look at her and say, fuck no. Yeah, I know. But the thing is, you know, when you're a guy and you're thinking with the wrong head from time to time, you can make very horrible decisions based on, you know, immediate satisfactions that you can get from, you know, the company of beautiful women, and it would just completely, you just won't see the long term. You'll only see the short term. So, you know, as a young man, that's hard to do. That's very hard to do. I'm particularly skilled in that area, but I attribute that only to having worked, I attribute that to having experienced the kind of family dynamics that I was involved in when I was younger, in terms of all of the divorces that happened. My dad divorced my mom, then my stepmom divorced my dad. My mom divorced my dad, obviously, but she married my stepdad. My stepdad married my mom, but my stepdad, in order to marry my mom, had to divorce his wife, and my stepmom married my dad, but in order to marry my dad, my stepmom had to divorce her husband. There was so much fucking divorce in my family that it was ridiculous. And there was court battles, and it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and, you know, I mean, so there's that. But then also I worked in a strip club for 4 years, so like I was infused with the kinds of dynamics that normal men don't get on a day-to-day basis. When you're around beautiful naked women all day long for years and years on end, it changes the way you think about the way you relate with women. And I would like to think mostly in a good way, sometimes in a bad way. Sometimes I'm a little too judgmental, and I'll own that. But for the most part, I understand what it takes to protect myself from shit like that. You know, a lot of men that see a beautiful woman, they're going to act on that, and they won't consider the long-term ramifications of it, the involvement you're going to have with that woman, and you're going to make excuses for her shitty behavior or personality or inherent traits because she's beautiful and she has great sex, and, you know, like that, you know, that's just what young guys do, and I don't blame young guys for doing it, because that's just the trap you get caught in. But if you're smart and you're disciplined, you can see these things before they fucking bite you in the ass. And I was fortunate enough to at least have enough of the right scenarios to inform me on protecting myself. So But that's the way I view it. You know, so some other people would be like, no, you're just coping or whatever. And like, maybe some of that, maybe that's true a little bit, but whatever. I'm just giving Sticks some shit there. You know, nothing personal. I'm just, you know, we're just doing little back and forth 1-2 kind of stuff. Tons of crazies out there. Yeah, I know. Yeah. That makes that sort of thing difficult. How many times do you pay compared to basic plan for such great internet? How many times do you pay compared to basic plan for such great internet? I don't know. I'm not sure. I pay $100 a month for the not basic plan, right? So I spend what, $1,200 a year, $1,200 a year on my internet. But I'm fortunate. I have a great job. I have great income, so I'm not, you know, it's you know, the paying for the internet is a drop in the bucket. I also use that internet for my work, so it pays to have the good internet. Mrs. Pay for gig fiber here and at my mainland home. Woman 35, single, either had kids or some red flags. Says I know one. 2012, I had a Comcast, and there was upload like 5 to 8. Streaming was sometimes rough. If only these promises of a male pill ever hashed out over 30 years ago. Yeah, it'd be a whole different story. Whole different story, Sticks. It's like 50 to 100 upload. I'm confused. Incest. Okay. I guess you just need dutasteride or finasteride, achieve low sperm count, and you will stop having kids. There you go. My custody battle cost $100K. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Back in January, dated strippers. Both were crazy alcoholics. Yeah. I never saw female alcoholics. They were 22 and 26. Yeah. My stepmom was an alcoholic. I had to confront her on it, so I understand. But then there was all the girls I worked with in the club, and most of them were alcoholics. Would you date someone who is richer than you? Yeah, sure. As long as she understands that fucking, you know, as long as she understands that like my role is to provide and protect, and her role is nurturing and peace and nurture. You know, like I'm just generally in terms of relationships and roles, I'm pretty traditional. So but the real understanding is she has to trust me, right? If I look deep into her eyes and she knows that I love her and I trust her and I would always make the right decisions for both of us, and she can just, you know, sit back and let me do that, absolutely. Then I don't care if she's richer than me. You know, I really don't fucking care. Cheap internet, usually 40. Yeah. Girls have to drink with clients. Yeah, they do. Well, they don't have to, but they do because they're young and dumb for the most part. When you talk to strippers, they're usually talking about girls in their 20s. There are still strippers in their 30s and 40s, but they are smarter because they went through their 20s doing all that dumb shit and they survived it, you know. Whereas a lot of girls in their 20s who go into strip clubs, they get put through the meat grinder of that system, and alcohol is just the tip of the spear, or the tip of the iceberg. Excuse me. Money's the biggest part, because you know, once you start doing things for money, look at Lily Phillips, right? Lily Phillips was fucking crying on camera. I mean, she was saying like, she was crying because she was saying, I wish I could have pleased all the men the way they thought they were going to be pleased when they came here. I thought that was fucking cope. I thought that she was crying on camera because she couldn't service the men. I thought she was going through something really fucking traumatic there, and it had nothing to do with, you know, the clients. It was more like she was going through something very personal on camera. You know. Provide for me, no harm. Yeah, exactly. What if she insists on seasonally appropriate decorations? Here's my thing. I'm fine with that. However, so for example, you know, like chicks love to go to Target and buy live, laugh, love signs, right? That kind of thing. You know, they want to go to Marshall's and they'll buy some fucking, the home is where the heart is, or some shit like that. I don't even care. Like, if you want to have those stupid signs up all over the house, that's fine. But you can't buy it from Marshall's or Target. You have to make it. You have to go out, go to Home Depot, buy the wood, buy the tools, I'll support that because I'll probably use the fucking tools anyway at some point. Go out to Home Depot, buy the wood, buy the tools, make your live, laugh, love sign, make the heart is where the home is sign. You know, get a fucking table saw in there, get a Dremel, get the edges going nice, do all that, and then hang your live, laugh, love sign. I'm all for it. Go for it. But if you buy it from fucking Target or fucking Marshalls, fuck you. That's not happening in my house. Okay? That's where I'm at, you know. 22-year-old was super popular, could make 7K a night. She was lying. Yeah. Just forbid that I have a no word signs policy with my wife. I'm fine with the word signs, but she has to make them. I'm even fine with like getting like acetylene tanks and like her doing like metal cutting and things like that. I'm super fine with that. I'm fine. She wants to fucking put up pictures of pumpkin spice lattes and fucking, you know, whatever. I'm fine with all that shit, but she cannot spend my money to buy it from Target or Marshalls. No way. That is not happening. And end of story. End of story. If you want to make it, you want to put live, laugh, love all over the place, you know, go for it. But you have to make the sign. That's my official policy on that. You know. Back on your stream instead of a year-round winter scene. It's well, I mean, it's Christmas, so I'm gonna have the Christmas tree up. You know, I showed earlier my Christmas. I think you weren't here, XN, when I showed it earlier, but this is my Christmas tree. Yeah, I got my Christmas tree. I got the Christmas lights. I just, for me, I love this picture just because I live in Texas. Okay, so it's 106 degrees here every day. So when I get to just turn to the right really quick and I see this picture of the upper peninsula of Michigan covered in snow, it kind of gives me like frosty vibes. Okay, so I need my frosty vibes from time to time. But in terms of the background that I have on the stream, I mean, that's just Christmas stuff. I do have another picture here, but it's like space. I could probably, okay, you know what, XN, for you, what I'll do is I'll just fucking change this out. I'll put my, when summer comes around, I'll put my space picture that I have here. It's literally just like it's a gaseous cloud that, you know, has like fucking stars and shit on it. You know, I'll switch the pictures for summer so that you get to see a different picture, you know. Did you have those up in October? I've had them up since last Christmas, probably. I've had them up for a long time. But I don't consider them putting up Christmas lights. I just consider them background lighting. You know, it's just an accent. It's just an accent to the fucking camera, all right? You know, you could look at me and my beard and my microphone, right, and a blank wall. Or you can look at something that I can put on the wall. And the thing I put on the wall is the Frosty Vibes picture with red Christmas lights on it. And it doesn't matter what time of years it is. Maybe, I guess to some people it does. But for me, it's just like, I don't fucking care. Maybe we'll see, though. Maybe we'll see. You know, maybe when, you know, end of spring, early summer, maybe I'll mix it up. Maybe we'll do something different. I do have stockings, though. I do have mini stockings that I wanted to put people's names on so I can actually hang them around the picture. I haven't gotten to putting the names on yet, but only the most loyal of Leggett Laney's Jr. fans will get a stocking this year. I have 12 stockings. So so if you think you're worthy of a stocking, you can say, "Hey, can I get a stocking?" And I will very boldly and blatantly tell you yes or no. Anoka would definitely get a stocking. Salty would get a stocking. Casey would get a stocking. Who else? I would give Gorp a stocking. Gorp's great, and Gorp always is very generous in rating me, so I give Gorp a stocking. Maybe I'll give Rezi a stocking. Maybe Shengyang. Shang's always around. Maybe Shengyang. I'll put Shengyang right next to Anoka because they're best buds. Shang and Anoka are best buds, so maybe I'll give Shang a stocking. But yeah, I mean, people that have been around for a long time, you know, I would definitely say, or people that I've talked to on a regular basis, like salty or something like that, then they would get a stocking. But I do have 12 stockings, and I have like elementary school construction glue that I was gonna like write the name of the person on the stocking, and then I have green glitter that I was gonna fucking just put on the glue, and then it's a red stocking with the green letters. It's so fucking Christmas. And I just put that right along here and decorate the wall with you guys. I'm new, but my word count's got to be top 10. Well, here's the thing, Birdman. If I gave you a stocking and I forget somebody that has been around since 2022, I would feel super bad. So I'm gonna say that probably next year you would get a stocking. But if I forgot somebody and they looked on my wall and they said, "Who the fuck is Birdman?" I would feel very bad for that. Just kidding. I know. But Anoka would definitely get one. Salty would get one. Maybe Turbo would probably get one. Casey would get one. Corp would get one. Maybe Resi would get one. Conrad maybe get one. Maybe. We'll see. Who else? Oh, Nader. Nader would get one. Yeah, for sure. Nader would get one. You shouldn't change your picture. That'll teach me the wrong lesson. That belaboring it up for months will achieve something. Yeah. We'll see. I don't know, man. I mean, look, I plan on getting this streaming situation in a much more revamped position over the course of the next couple months. You got to so I'm graduating from college tomorrow, right? Over the past few years, I was working full time and then I was in school full time. So I have had no time to pour into my stream, but now tomorrow when they hand me that piece of paper, I will officially be done with one of those things, which will free up a lot of time for me to put something new on the wall and get a good camera and maybe a new layout. I don't know. We'll see. But I mean, I'm just going to have more time to figure out the things that I've wanted to do for a while. And I cannot wait for that fucking school to give me my piece of paper. So we'll see. We'll see. Our summer wasn't too bad this year. Last year was gross in Texas. Yeah, but the sticks. So the thing with me is that I work from home, and I go to school from home. So I'm never outside during the summer. I literally do not go outside during the summer while the sun's up. If the sun's down, I'll go out. I live in downtown San Antonio, so I'll go out and get some tacos or something, or go to a food truck park or whatever. Go to a bar. I'll do all that stuff at night, but I will not go outside in Texas in the summer because it's just miserable. It's 104, 105, 106 degrees. I wait all year long for fall and winter when all that shit goes away, and I get 6 months of just chilling. But then sure enough, fucking late spring, early summer starts to creep its fucking head, and it gets fucking hot as fuck, and I hate it. I mean, I'm used to it because I grew up in Miami, but I just, I when I lived in New York for 7 years, it was beautiful. It was beautiful, man. I mean, winters were cold, but, spring and fall were amazing. And summer, sometimes it was really fucking hot in New York, but then sometimes it was just like super chill. But it's never super chill in New York, or excuse me, in Texas, ever. Not fucking once, bro. I don't celebrate Christmas anymore. Congrats. Thank you, Sticks. I appreciate that. I celebrate Christmas, but like in an American way, not in a Christian way. I got the tree, I put the lights up, I got candy canes, I'll cook myself a Christmas dinner. I don't celebrate Christmas with my family because my family is completely reborn Christian now, and they think that Christmas is evil. Although I will say my brother did get a Christmas tree this year, so things are looking up. But for the past few years, my family is completely reborn Christian after COVID, and they thought that having a Christmas tree was pagan, and if you have Christmas lights, that's symbolic of what the Romans used to do when they would house a PDF file in their house. They would have to place a candle in their window. All this shit, all the like the weirdest fucking shit about Christmas that you can think of, they thought that stuff unironically. So, and I've had to battle my brother back to sanity to get him to, especially now that he has a son, my nephew. I was like, you need to give that kid some Christmas. All right, he needs a tree. He needs some Christmas songs. Put some presents under the tree. Do not deprive my nephew of fucking Christmas. And sure enough, this year he got a tree, and he's doing the right thing. He's still holding on to like a lot of the reborn beliefs, but at least like he's, doing Christmas the right way. So, but I don't do Christmas in a Christian way. I do it in an American way. I get a tree, I'll cook dinner or whatever. Give out her cash. I keep forgetting I have a girlfriend. I don't know how religious she is. Yeah. Check for a small carbon monoxide leak in their home. Okay. What is that in reference to? What's going on there? Is your job typically 9 to 5? Yeah. Well, it's 8 to 4 because the people that I work with they're in Eastern time, and most of them are in Ohio. So I have, it's 9 to 5 for them, but I work with them, so I have to do 8 to 4 because I'm Central time. Them going crazy on Christmas? No, yeah, they're not that crazy on Christmas. I'm not going to speak. There's things that I could say about how crazy this has gotten over the past few years in general, but suffice to say that my brother at least is coming closer back to reality than other people in my family. You can put it that way. I put Christmas lights up here last week. And much different decorating palm trees than what I'm used to. Yeah. Fuck palm trees, man. It's so overrated. I mean, I grew up in Miami, right? So I had palm trees everywhere. And now I live in Texas where there's just regular trees. I don't know what species the trees are, but I just call them regular trees. In fact, so my parents are in town for my graduation, but they've been here for the past few days, and we took a road trip out to Houston to go see an uncle of mine that I haven't seen since I was like 10 years old. And this guy is batshit crazy. This guy, my uncle, okay? My uncle, so he lives in Houston. So we drove out to Houston, and it was a beautiful drive. We didn't take I-10 all the way. We took the fucking scenic route. So we took some roads north of I-10 for about 3.5 hours, and it was beautiful, man. It was beautiful going through all these small Texas towns, just real. I love driving through Texas. It is a beautiful fucking state. But I got to Houston, and I saw my uncle for the first time in like 30 years, and that guy is batshit crazy. He's literally like an unironic Alex Jones subscriber. He thinks that there's aliens in his computer. He thinks the government has installed cameras in his house. He has booby traps all over the place. I was in shock. Like, my mom and my stepdad told me, like, look, you don't understand. This guy is fucking crazy. And I was like, whatever. I haven't seen him in a long time. Let's go. I want to go see him. I want to kind of like, just like bucket list item. Go see Uncle, Uncle Legate Senior. We'll call him. And they were like, look, trust me. I just want you to lower your expectations about what you think this meeting's going to be like. Because I wanted to go out there and be like, hey man, do you have like family memorabilia that I would really treasure? This guy's nuts. He's a hoarder. He's got his whole house is like hoarder with fucking crazy shit everywhere. He's got so much shit in his house. And I know he's got like really cool family memorabilia just like laying under a McDonald's bag that he picked up in 1993 when he bought a Big Mac, right? And it's under a bunch of cobwebs. I know that this is the case. So I went out there thinking I'm going to go out there, maybe I'll have a conversation with him, let him know that I live in Texas. He definitely remembered me, but he was like, I'll just tell him I live in Texas. I'm curious to know if you have any family memorabilia. I would really love to hang on to it if you don't want to. And he was just nuts, man. He was batshit crazy. He was telling me about there's a girl that lives in his computer, and he pulled out a fucking 44 Magnum and shot the computer because the girl in the computer was trying to spy on him. and there's aliens in his computer, and he's got the government the government installed cameras in his house, and he's on the Department of Homeland Security's lists, and he's probably being watched by the NSA. And I was like, well, we're all being watched by the NSA, so you're not that special. But but either way, he is literally certifiable, bro. He is like actually unironic Alex Jones, fucking batshit crazy, man. But the point of me telling that whole story is that I drove through Texas, and it was beautiful. And all the trees that I saw were not palm trees. So so that was a point to Nader's putting Christmas lights on palm trees kind of situation. She didn't contact me for 3 days. I thought she left me. Turns out she couldn't afford her phone bill. Okay. First Christmas here, lots of different trees, but the palms are... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Are you in Hawaii right now? Does he have a bunker? Served Vietnam? No, he never served. He's just a crazy Texas old guy. You know, he's like in his 70s, probably early 70s. He's just a guy that lived in Texas and just was kind of a loner and did a bunch of drugs and partied in Mexico all the time. And, you know, he's not a stable guy at all. Yeah, in Hawaii. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Well, I knew you have a place out there. I just wasn't sure if you were out there right now. What else is going on here? What else? I don't know. I think before that we were talking about relationships and me happy to be single. Oh, here he is. Here's Alex Jones. Here we go.
Woo! Because I'm fighting all the way. I'm energized. I'm awake. I'm not dead. People ask me how the hell I could have so much energy when I come in here, and I'm not like this in person. They're creating a world government mark of the beast. 2.2 billion people just got told they can't use certain words. They're announcing giant cult-like brainwashing. They're teaching 5-year-olds how to suck cock in public school. They are sitting there doing everything you could ever freaking imagine, killing babies after they're born. And the churches are such Pharisees, they're worried that I just talked about sucking cock instead of killing babies and chucking their damn organs out. And the open world government mark of the beast with the Chi-Coms is now here, and people are like, well, they're a private company. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
My uncle would have seen that and been like, yep, he's right. He's right. Yeah. Fucking one random fucking fruit flies like flying around. I almost slapped my mic across the fucking room. Let's see. Oh, this was great. We went over this last time. This woman goes from fucking 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. So, do you have any expectations for a first date? No. Okay, so he can take you to McDonald's? No, he can't take me to McDonald's. Well, then what do you expect? I mean, at least 5-star restaurant. Like, at least 5-star restaurant. Bro.
How old are you?
28.
Let's say I wanted to take you out. How much do you expect me to spend on a first date?
Depends where we're going.
What's your expectation, though?
I don't really have any.
So I could hit you up and say, hey, let's go to Burger King and get slushy?
No. I mean, at least, like, nice 5-star type of restaurant, and then...
Imagine being that fucking... I don't know what to call it. I want to say delusional, and I want to say inconsistent, and I want to take those two words and put them together, and I'm not sure what that word is when you take delusional and inconsistent and put it together. But, you had one job, and that was to answer the questions, and then everything you said previously was bullshit. You have no expectations. Now it's like 5-star restaurant. All happening within less than 30 seconds. Fuck me, man. This was another one too. 5-star rounded up on Yelp. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. We got into this last time. It was maybe a few days ago when we were on that. I popped that video on, and then we went down this whole rabbit hole about how there's not fucking actual 5 stars. The Michelin Guide only gives out 3 at the most. It's incredibly hard to get 3 stars. You have no idea what it takes to get fucking 3 stars, and 5 stars is not a thing. You know, maybe on Google and Yelp it is, but that's it. There's only 1, 2, and 3 stars or 0 stars according to the Michelin Guide. Okay. But everybody's like, yeah, 5-star restaurant? Yeah, it's like 5-star. Yeah. Fuck you, bro. This was another great one too.
Why don't women typically approach men?
I feel like if a woman is confident enough and she feels like she looks really good right then and there, and she's not, maybe introverted or shy, she would definitely go and approach somebody.
If a woman chooses to approach a man and shoot her shot, is she more or less likely to be rejected than if the man approaches a woman?
I feel like men are more likely to be rejected.
Why do you think that women fear rejection when they're far less likely to be rejected?
Because women are just more sensitive. They have more feelings into it. I feel like men, they're used to being rejected. They're used to being turned down, but women aren't. So when they get rejected, they feel it more personally. Yeah.
What advice would you give to the men that fear rejection?
Don't worry about it.
Why don't women just follow that same advice?
Shit. It's different. We have different emotions.
What?
It's different. It's just different, okay? Oh, here's a good one. I love this one.
It's not cool to be a young, straight, white dude and be red-pilled on the internet. Like, it's not cool to...
This is great. This was like the White Dudes for Harris thing, I think. I'm pretty sure this was like White Dudes for Harris or whatever.
It's not cool to be a young, straight, white dude and be red-pilled on the internet. Like, it's not cool to own the libs just to own the libs. The worst trend right now in politics is that young, straight, white males are swaying conservative because to your boys, it's cool to own the libs, even if you have no idea what you're actually talking about. Vote for Kamala Harris. Don't do this. Your boys don't like you because you do this. You're actually like a real man in America. If you go up to your boys and you're like, yo, why are you voting for the sexual abuser? That's like way more cool and like manly than like whatever the fuck this is.
Yeah, man. If you care for your sister, your mother, your wife, your daughter, your fiance, whoever, that's manly. That's cool.
It's not cool to be a young, straight, white...
It's not cool to be a young, straight, white dude. Oh, man. This guy's the best, though. Ugly Money. If you don't know who Ugly Money is, you can check out Ugly Money. He's fucking amazing. I'm going for the he's trying to destroy me, yeah. This guy's the best, though. He's probably my favorite person on the internet right now. This guy, Ugly Money. Really, really good.
The women that require like rings immediately, it's just like, I might have the same requirement, but I understand it's not immediate with it.
A nigga his size comes up to you and grabs and squeezes your ass. Am I supposed to let him just do that and say,
no,
beat him up, bitch?
You should protect me because why is he touching me in the first place?
Right, exactly. So the fact that I matter is I'm supposed to put my life on the line for you because this big ass nigga done goddamn grabbed your ass. You won't shut up for me?
Hold on.
Gotcha.
Don't flip this.
Yeah, girl, man, die for me. I won't shut up for you. Girl, man, hey, I want you to get jumped by 5 big niggas. But don't ask me to get you a fucking sandwich. Girl, man, see, that's the bullshit we talking about, man. You want me day one to protect and provide for you at a high level as a man should. You don't want to be my peace and pleasure the way a woman should day one.
Whoa, what the fuck? What happened?
I gotta do something. Oh, well, conditionally, if he's the one for me, I'll shut up if he no, bitch. I mean, bitch, I'm talking about bitches on the home. The fact of the matter is, the moment that a man is willing to protect and provide for you, you should be willing to give him peace and pleasure. It's an equal thing. Goddamn same time, nigga. We don't trust y'all hoes either. The moment that I get to the point where I can be able to provide and put my life on the line for you, you should respect me enough to give me some damn peace. Stop rapping music that gets no views.
He's the best, man. He's so good. Oh, this one's great. This one's great.
You have to come 20 or better.
20,000?
Yeah.
Done. We gonna live in the fucking apartment complex. What's it? What?
20,000 weekly.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Do you make 20,000 weekly?
Yeah. I'll take that. 20,000 a week.
Oh, give me 20,000 a week.
Give me.
This.
pretty much.
Hold on. I like you so much that I want to take care of you. You're saying in order for you to quit Chick-fil-A and be my woman and build how I'm building, I have to give you $20,000 weekly.
Yes.
These motherfuckers must be industry plants or something. You ain't seen $20,000 in a year at Chick-fil-A. Goddamn it. You must be selling dope out there drive-through. There ain't no motherfucking way that a nigga about to give you, niggas ain't had $20,000 cash in their life. The fuck is you, why'd you want to text me? I'm the nigga that's trying to build with you. I'm the nigga that's trying to grow with you. Them people at Chick-fil-A, they gonna fire your ass when they find out your ass be home with your whole ass friend anyway. No Chick-fil-A a Christian company. Why the hell you got so much goddamn loyalty for this company that's gonna fire your ass as soon as they find out that you still hanging with your whole ass? Don't worry about it. You and your whole ass friends will be at Chick-fil-A on Sunday, goddamn cleaning up. Your music's not moving, not be.
He's the best. He's so good. I have let me see. I mean, they can handle me. I'm gonna do whatever I want. It's crazy controlling for husband. There's another fucking ass.
And I am pissed off that slack-jawed liberal leftist didn't like me wearing a mask.
What does it say? Me in line at the store. The dude in front telling his life story to the cashier.
And I am pissed off that slack-jawed liberal leftist didn't like me wearing a mask, so he had his dog bite me on the arm. And they're so delusional. When I punched that dog in the head a couple times, that dog thought it bit me. I said, I got you. And when I cracked that dog's head in, that guy looked at me and said, my dog, you hit my dog. I'm like, yeah, it ain't a one-way street, you son of a bitch. You're lucky I didn't kill your dog. That's what I told him. You think I'm a doormat for you to piss on, you little rat? You little piece of crap. And I am pissed off at that slack job.
I love those. I love these scenarios they give. they caption for AJ there. Oh, this is great.
Because what you mean? Be quiet. That's what I mean. That's the first thing you keep monogamous, man. Shut the hell up. That's what you got to learn how to do.
So you want a boring bitch?
Be quiet. No, that's not boring.
You want a quiet bitch?
Peace is not boring. Peace is amazing to us. All right, so I'm going to explain it to you one time. Whopper, if you want a monogamous man, if you want a man to only be with you, to only sleep with you, to only lay with you, there's some things that he's going to need. First and foremost, you have to be so vital to that man's existence. The fact that you being with him elevates him, multiplies him in ways that he can't multiply himself. You have to be peaceful, a peace that he cannot find anywhere else, a peace that he cannot go out into the streets and find. You have to have that peace there at home. You have to be pleasurable.
The fuck you want to do, a handstand?
I want you to shut up. That's what we mean. Shut up and be a freak. That's how you get a fucking monogamous man.
No,
shut
that's not true.
You have never shut up in your life, Whopper man. That's why these bitches get cheated on, because they always talking. And guess what? The bitch Tiffany, she don't talk. I come in the door. She's naked. I hit that shit. She wipe my balls with a hot, steamy rag. Gives me a bottle of water, and I go home to your ass. And you just talking. That's why you get cheated on. Men, sorry. Women.
I love that. That was one of my favorites. I love that one. The European mind cannot comprehend ugly money niche. That's for sure. That's for sure. The guy that goes on wild rants while blasting the horn sounds effects wants quiet and peace. Yeah. I mean, look. I mean, what XN? Are you gonna put him on a fucking cross for being a content creator? You know, him doing these things like that is essentially him holding a mirror up to the women he's talking to and saying, "This is how crazy you are. I'm going to show you how crazy you are." You know. But also at the end of the day, this is all content. So he's just trying to make a buck, and he's doing well. I mean, he gets promos and all kinds of stuff. So.
So you're saying men, masculine men, that
Alex Jones or somebody else? No, he's talking about ugly money, not Alex Jones. This guy right here, not Alex Jones.
they act like that because it's their nature.
I mean, a man is supposed to lead, isn't it? I mean,
That's not leading. Bossing people around.
yeah, that's what leadership is. Leadership is giving directions. Now, if your man says, hey, I'm hungry, go downstairs and fix me a sandwich. You look at your face. Now, let's reverse it. But
It's something about like, go make me. It's almost the same.
Okay, cool.
It's almost the same as like, I was cleaning my room and then your parent walks in and is like, clean your room. It's like, damn, I was doing that already.
All right, you work at a dealer's. Hey, clean out your register and go to register 6.
That's giving direction. But bossing.
You can't make this shit up.
No, but bossing.
You cannot make this shit up. You're gonna tell me that the man that loves you, protects for you, provides for you, upgraded your lifestyle, watch them badass kids of yours, teach your son how to play football, ask you to go get him something to eat, and you're gonna look at him crazy. But that boss that is gonna keep you in that hamster wheel of a job because you're gonna work 40 hours a week for 40 years and retire broke. But as soon as that nigga asks you to do something, you do it. I don't understand that because a boss can tell a woman to get up out the bed and drive 30 minutes to the goddamn job and go clock them hours because somebody didn't show up. But as soon as Tyrone want a goddamn ham sandwich and some pussy, they want to act funny.
Oh man, they're so good. I love them. I love these skits. It's like a guilty pleasure of mine. What time is it? 2:30. What do we got? Oh yeah, I'm thinking to myself, what do I got to do tomorrow? Oh yeah, I gotta work. That's what I gotta do. I told my wife all I want is in life is a sandwich. Well, that's his point. That's his point is essentially like, okay, so I'm going to go out and I'm expected to make, thousands of dollars every year. And when I come home, I give all those thousands of dollars to you. Okay. And then also if somebody breaks in the house, I'm expected to die for you if I have to. Okay. That seems pretty leverageable. Let's see if I can test that leverage. Can I have a sandwich? No, you can't have a sandwich. Well, fuck it. Fuck everything, bro. If I'm expected to give you tens of thousands of dollars every year and I'm supposed to die for you, but you can't make me a fucking sandwich, I'm sorry, but these red pillars are making a fucking good point, all right? And anybody that just wants to sit there and just say that all of the red pill fucking space is bullshit, all of it is bullshit, they're wrong. You are wrong. You're not getting something about the way cis heteronormative couples should or have been relating for hundreds of years. Okay? You're just not getting something about that. Now, granted, there's a shit ton of crap in the red pill space. There's your fucking Andrew Tate bullshit. Get that out of here. All right? Fuck that. Myron Gaines, get that out of here. Well, actually, most of the Myron Gaines stuff. Myron Gaines actually, if he fucking sat down and decided not to be an asshole, could make a fuck ton of actually, good arguments to, that I think could help young men if he wanted to. But his message gets confused with all of his fucking bigotry, and grifterness. I don't know what the word is for that, but all his his Bitcoin cores and his social media cores, all that. Fuck all that shit. But I mean, it's pretty expected for men to provide, and men are happy to provide. That's fine. We're also expected to protect, and we want to protect. That is fine. I don't think it's too much to ask for a fucking sandwich, bro. I really don't. I think it's pretty. If somebody was giving me thousands of dollars a year, and would be my fucking bullet sponge whenever I needed it, yeah, I'd make that person a fucking sandwich, bro. I'd have no problem with that, man. I'd have absolutely no problem with that, bro. She's not working. We use traditional roles. Had to do everything outside. All repairs. She did all the laundry. We shared the cooking. Hell no. Using her as a shield. Yeah. I mean, the way that I see it is that what I would like for a relationship that I would be in would be, I'm working and she's not. Not that she doesn't, not that she can't. It's more like she doesn't have to, and she doesn't want to because it's not a priority. And I would say, like, I think after my last promotion and my raise that I got, I'm in a very good position to be able to provide that. No, like I am very close to for the first time in my life, I'm so close to the 6-figure mark. I have never been this close to the 6-figure mark in my life, and it would only take another promotion and a raise that I could get in the next year and a half or so to get, and I would finally be at that 6-figure mark. But either way, even what I'm making now, I could have a wife that doesn't have to work and doesn't want to work and wants to build a home, build a family, build a home, you know. And I'll do all those things. I will give her all of my money. Here, spend it on the kids. Spend it on yourself. Don't buy me anything. Don't worry about it. If I need something, I'll buy it. Okay, but I won't. Just, you know. Here's all all of it. Take all of my money. Okay, take it all. Pay the bills. Feed the kids. Buy yourself some fucking, some shoes or whatever. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Take it all. But you will make me a sandwich. And I don't fucking care how misogynistic that sounds. I don't care how sexist that sounds. You will make me a fucking sandwich, bro. Okay? I just gave you 90 grand. You will give me a sandwich. I don't think that's too much to ask, I'd be protecting myself by killing a dude. Her being safe is a byproduct of making myself. Yeah, I know, but it's like, how fucking technical do we want to be, Sticks? Oh, yeah, technically I would be protecting myself and blah, blah, blah. So by default, that means that she's protected as well. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. The point is, I don't expect her to be anywhere near me if I'm protecting the family, She needs to be not locked away, excuse me, like just she needs to be in a closet with the kids, with the door closed, and a firearm near her in case something bad happens to me and she needs to do something. Otherwise, I'm the bullet sponge. I'm going towards the danger. That's the way it should be. That's the way home should be protected. Although there was some discourse about, like, during the whole Hunter Avallone thing, when his girlfriend's ex-husband or whatever came into the house, and then he was like hiding behind her, or I don't know what happened with that, but people were talking about that for like a week or so. And I was just like, but there was feminist. Actually, no, there was a whole, oh my God, what was it? It was Stardust. Actually, it was Stardust and Andrew Wilson. That's what it was. Stardust, Andrew Wilson. Was this it? Yeah, this was it.
Well, going on the
well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I adore Chud Logic, but I can't sit through fucking commentary for it. Where is it? Ralph. What's that guy's name? Ralph. Just the kill stream. Two years ago. fuck it. Whatever. We'll find it. Chud hijacks panel. Stardust double team with VPF on Hunter Avalon drama. Is this it?
David.
No.
Would
But
you
it's
jump
not
in
like
front,
could he,
Beckett?
it's not like he could control it.
Just right there.
Okay.
So Stardust debated Andrew Wilson on this whole, should the woman come out and help the man protect the home, and should she get involved in the direct violence to confront somebody that's breaking into your house? And Stardust is like, yes, of course, I would be right there. I would be right there, right next to him, blah, blah, blah. And Andrew Wilson's like, no, you wouldn't, A, and B, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. He should not want that for you, and you should not want that for yourself, right? So Andrew Wilson is obviously defending incredibly traditional roles in terms of home burglary or whatever. And Stardust is just like, girl power. And so what they did was bring on Stardust's boyfriend to ask him what he thought about the whole thing. And it turned into a whole shit show. Actually, I talked to Stardust's boyfriend after this whole thing happened, and ended up talking to Andrew Wilson and Vivian Wolf, and there was like a bunch of people in this fucking call. I was actually I was actually a part of this, not this moment, but the after party, basically.
Oh.
So, well, you know what? Let me full screen it. So Stardust is the bottom right. Andrew Wilson, obviously, top right. Ralph, whatever his name is, the Killstream guy. And then, and Stardust's boyfriend, Beckett, is on the bottom left. Oh, what am I doing here?
Let's have a look and see what happened.
Yeah, okay, cool. Good evening.
Beckett,
sir.
I want to hear you say, I want to hear it come out of your filthy British mouth that you would allow for Stardust to throw herself between you and a shooter. Just tell me
I
that.
didn't say
Hey, thanks for the gift of
Tell me
subs.
that,
I didn't say
Beckett.
it out
Say
loud.
it.
You fucking did you just literally get me on a fucking stream to be like, hey Becca, I know you're British and therefore are scared of guns. Can you just admit that your like American girlfriend, you'd be fine with her being a human shield? Is that your serious fucking argument?
Yes.
Well,
am I right
okay.
or what? Or
Of course it is.
Okay,
It's big
first
fella
off,
fascist.
No, obviously
No,
not.
no.
Obviously fucking not. But secondly,
The reason that Ralph is here is what happened was Stardust debated Andrew Wilson, Big Papa Fascist, on Ralph's stream, on the Kill stream, about this Hunter Avalon situation. And then, I don't know how it happened exactly, but Beckett got brought on to be berated over some point that Stardust had. And from what I understand, it caused some sort of relationship issue. I don't know how true that is. Obviously, people like to say things. And
So what he's talking about with like it caused a relationship issue is that at some I don't want to cuck the content, but I will say at some point Stardust was like, nuh-uh, no, okay, first of all, no, girl power. Secondly, woman power. Third of all, girl woman power. She was just doing the whole, no, I would do the same thing a man would do. And obviously in the presence of Andrew Wilson, he's going to be like, no, you wouldn't. Not only would you not do the same thing a man would do, but you shouldn't do the same thing a man would do. Now, maybe, like if it came to me in terms of like my wife and kids, if I had a home protection strategy, my wife would definitely be involved, but she would not be next to me, right? Like, I think, like I would do something where it's like, okay, I'm at least going to do some recon and assess where the threat is. Then I might try to lure the threat in a direction, then have the threat perceive me as a threat and pursue me. And then once the threat pursues me, have my wife fucking, just, throw the door open with a fucking, spaz and then fucking, waste the guy with a shotgun. I'm not saying that I would not have my wife involved with me, but I would not have my wife next to me when I don't know who's in my house or what's going on. We would have already been through this multiple times. If people want to just take their fucking safety for granted, that's fine. But one thing my wife will definitely have to do, outside of being incredibly exemplary when it comes to public behavior and being awesome in bars and restaurants, is that we would have to have a regular routine of not every day, but like once in a while, practicing what we would do if there was a home invasion. How would we react in certain situations if the perpetrator comes through the back door, if the perpetrator comes through the front door, if the perpetrator comes through a side window? How would we react in each scenario? And we would have a game plan. I'm not saying that I wouldn't have my wife involved in what's going on, but I more than likely wouldn't have her right next to me the entire time when I'm trying to protect her, Definitely a random child, but I don't know a random female. You're on your own. Okay.
I overstate it.
Yo, what's up, Mida? What's up, Mida? How you doing? Based on BPF's talking points on whatever, I legit don't think he'd be willing to die for a woman either. I think I think he'd be willing to die for his wife. You don't think he'd be willing to die for Rachel Wilson? Man, I have the call. I was streaming when we had... So after this whole debate, though, I was in Beckett's stream, and I was in his chat, and I was like, hey, would you want to jump on a call real quick and talk about what just happened? And he was like, yeah, sure. And I jumped on a call with him, and then like 5 other people jumped in, and we were talking, and then Andrew Wilson jumped in, and then Starjust jumped in, and then Vivian Wolf jumped in, and it became like this whole fucking shit show. It was insane. Would you like living in a condo up high to reduce risk of home invasion? I've done that before. So when I lived in Miami, before I left Miami for New York, I lived on the 41st floor of a lower penthouse in downtown Miami, and it was amazing. Oh my God. It was the best view I ever had. I had the most amazing balcony, amazing apartment. I miss that place so much. I would move to that kind of situation in a heartbeat again, but it wouldn't be for like I wouldn't move to a condo because it would, it would lessen the chances of a home invasion. I would move there because I get a great view from the balcony, and and I have a great apartment. I get that is why I would move to a condo like that. I wouldn't move to a condo for security. If I lived in a condo or if I lived in a 2-story house, I would still have the same amount of guns. So it's not about that. I could argue this so well against Andrew in bad faith, but I know his logic so well. I could debate him into admitting he'd use a woman as a human shield. Yeah, I know you guys go way back. You guys have got Mina. So for those of you who don't know Mina in the chat, Mina's been around the block, been around the internet block for a minute here, the Twitch bowl block. How you doing, Bo? What's going on? You need to live in LA, complete the tour KD. I have no interest. You mean LA as in Louisiana or LA as in California? I have absolutely zero interest in living in LA. I would love to visit California because I know that there are some amazing restaurants in California. I know there is amazing food, amazing restaurants, amazing chefs in California, and also amazing farmers and amazing wineries and winemakers out there and vineyards. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to go out there to eat and drink, but I don't fucking care about living there at all. I don't care how beautiful it is. I lived in Miami. Miami is beautiful, you know. You felt high intensity winds? I have in Miami when I was, in Miami we get fucking Category 4 hurricanes like every 2 days. So I have particularly, yes, but Los Angeles wine, yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, no, I know the LA food scene is intense. I know that the California food scene is, just one of the best in the world. I would love to go out there to eat my brains out. But I have no interest in living there. I don't care. I don't care. Like, oh, look at the view of the Pacific, whatever the fuck. I don't care about that. Yeah.
I thought we'd give it a little watch and see what's going on. Watch for a little bit at least.
That's not what fucking happened, is it?
Yeah, it's not.
No, it is. It is what happened, Beckett. What happened is she jumped in front of him because he panicked and couldn't do anything because he's a dumb, slack-jawed coward, right? That's what actually, but she did jump in front of him. Now, in that situation, Beckett, are you going to say that that's appropriate, that you wouldn't jump in front of Stardust, that you would appreciate if she jumped in front of you because you're afraid of guns, Beckett?
Well, we still have crossbows here.
Would you have stalked him down with a crossbow?
Listen, I do appreciate where Andrew's coming from, right? Andrew is like a kind of more paternal, conservative kind of...
Like I said, I adore Chud. I think Chud's one of the best people on the internet, but I don't have the time to sit through his commentary. So
obviously.
Listen, I could get another girlfriend.
Hey, what's up, Sparkle? How you doing? Talking about the femcell shooting today? No, we talked about that for a little bit, but the most details that we have about what happened, we got a name at least. We got a name of the shooter. There was 2 people that died, 6 people injured, I think. Not really talking about it. Professor Chud, well, thank you. Is that a Chud alt? Is that an official Chud alt? What is that? What's going on there? Who's that? July 10, 2024. Professor Chud. Okay. Well, I appreciate Professor Chud being out there. Whether you're Chud or not, look, here's the deal. We've been talking about this like traditional roles thing for about like 45 minutes now, and this reminded me of this debate, and you're the only person that I found that had at least a decent portion of the coverage from that debate. I can't even find the actual debate. And it's 2 in the morning here. It's 2. What is it? No, it's almost 3 in the morning here, and I just don't have enough time to. I do not have enough. I'm an engineer and went to school in Madison, Wisconsin. Okay, there you go. Well, I hope you're doing okay after everything that's gone on over the past day or so. But I don't have. I need to get a few hours of sleep before I have to work, so I can't sit through all of Judd's commentary on this. So, and I can't find the original stream. Let me see. Kill stream. It's like the channel doesn't even pop up. Is he only on like maybe he's on Rumble? It's on Rumble. Let me see. Drop a link in the chat. You could drop a link in the chat, but it won't pop up unless you like space out the link. Like, so you would have to do www.space.space.youtube.space.space.com. If you just put a link in the chat, it won't let you drop the link. But if you space out the thing correctly, then I can glue it back together. Kill stream. There it is. I thought you could drop a link of the longer YouTube you can't stay up for. It's not that I can't stay up for it. I just I'm kind of moving through it. Let me see.
Entertainment.
You know.
Whatever. So here's the link. Here's the link for the Chud analysis. Okay. That we were watching. And I might get back to, but I'm thinking I might be able to see it here on Rumble. 4 months ago. Actually, let me do this. Stardust. Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson Stardust. What was this? 20 hours ago. Oh, Panelverse. Okay. Is Hunter Avalon to Percy Stardust versus Andrew Wilson from the kill stream? This might be it. 12/16/23. Holy shit! It's literally 1 year ago. It's literally 12/16/23. Literally a year ago. Okay.
Andrew Wilson, welcome back to the kill stream, sir.
Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. Merry Christmas. I think Orthodox Christmas a little bit late, though, right?
It is, yeah. But still, we're coming up on it.
Yeah,
And,
it's still not too far away. Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, how's it?
He says, as soon as you hear shots, guessing what Conrad might.
Is it being said that she wasn't with Conrad when that picture was taken, or what? What's
I think her and Hunter had started a friendship.
Anyways.
Consider that to be the utmost of cowardice. Now, this wasn't even some random chick. If this was maybe just like some broad that he didn't even know, maybe I could even be a little more understanding about that. This was like his fucking girlfriend, though. And this was the ex. And he knew that this guy was likely there because he had been told by the manager of the complex they're in.
All right. Anyways, I'm going to go to the point where they bring on Stardust's boyfriend. Because that's where the meat and potatoes is. They argue back and forth. Oh, Stardust is like, oh, yeah, she should have been right next to him. And she can handle herself. And you go, girl. And Andrew Wilson's like, no, obviously, you don't want... Well, from his perspective, you don't want a woman involved in this kind of situation at all, especially if it's your wife or your children. It's a whole different story. Should be completely removed and only as a last resort to defend themselves if that person gets through me, right? That's just typical. But then they bring on Stardust's boyfriend, and then Andrew Wilson says, "Hey, who do you agree with?" And then he agreed with fucking Andrew Wilson, which was great.
Like 30-40% cheaper in Mexico.
Give me 1 second.
Makes sense.
I'm just trying to get.
Sure, that's
set up.
fine.
I've just gone live.
Good evening,
Beckett,
sir.
I want to hear you say, I want to hear it come out of your filthy British mouth that you would allow for Stardust to throw herself between you and a shooter. Just tell me that.
I didn't say that you would allow for
just
it.
tell me that.
I
Beckett.
didn't
Tell it.
allow
Say it.
for
to
it.
me.
Did you just literally get me on a fucking stream to be like, hey Becca, I know you're British and therefore scared of guns. Can you just admit that your like American girlfriend, you'd be fine with her being a human shield? Is that your serious fucking argument?
Yes.
Well,
and am I
like,
right or
okay.
what? Or am I right?
Okay, first off, no, obviously not.
No.
Obviously fucking not. But secondly, that's not what fucking happened, is it? Like,
yeah, it's not.
No, it is. It is what happened, Beckett. What
Well,
happened
okay.
is she jumped in front of him because he panicked and couldn't do anything because he's a dumb, slack-jawed coward, right? That's what actually, but she did jump in front of him. Now, in that situation, Beckett, are you going to say that that's appropriate, that you wouldn't jump in front of Stardust, that you would appreciate if she jumped in front of you because you're afraid of guns, Beckett?
well, we still have crossbows here.
Would you have stalked him down with a crossbow, Beckett?
Obviously. What else am I going to do in Britain? We've got laws for that. It's fine.
Yeah.
I need a license, of course.
You got to answer the question, though. I see you trying to avoid. You got to answer. Answer the question.
As far as I know from the Hunter stuff, that's not like she jumped or like got hit in some way by shrapnel, but then they both got out onto the balcony, right?
Okay,
like it wasn't
so
like he
she
was
stepped-
there
so what
wielding the gun
happened-
next to her.
Yeah, so what happened is she jumped in front when she noticed Conrad was holding a gun. Hunter was still calculating what.
So this guy Conrad is like the ex-boyfriend or the ex-husband. Hunter Avalon is dating this chick who has some fucking psycho fucking ex-dude or whatever. The ex-dude shows up at their place with a fucking gun and chaos ensues, right? But Stardust is about to explain like the nuances of who's next to who and who should defend who and all that.
What the fuck is going on?
And at some point, Andrew Wilson will corner Beckett and say, "What? Yeah, but what about this scenario? What about this? If Stardust was there, would you let her?" And he was like, "No, I wouldn't." And it turned into a whole thing because, you know, he essentially dismantled his own girlfriend's argument that she was making the entire night and said, "No, fuck it, I wouldn't let her do shit."
Stop there. Stop
And
there.
then
Stop right there.
They
right
both
there.
ran.
Hang on, just stop there. Just right there. That one point. So me and Stardust will agree on this point before she moves on that he panicked and she jumped in front. Now, Beckett.
I don't know about panic even, but like, yeah, he was thinking about the situation. He wasn't sure what was happening.
Yeah, so that, I mean, that's all the signs of panic. But she jumped in front. Now, Beckett, the roles were reversed and it was you and Stardust. Would your expectation be that she jumped in front?
It wouldn't be my expectation, no.
Would you
But
jump
it's
in
not
front,
like
Beckett?
it's not like he could control it. It's not. I'm sure it wasn't Hunter's expectation either.
Well,
that
like,
he
well,
jumped
couldn't you
in
play
front.
hopscotch? Like she jumped in front, you jump in front of her, right?
Firstly, like it's very hard to do. Like I fucking the mental gymnastics of this. Unless you've been in those situations.
I have.
No, unless you've been in those situations. Like I've been in threatening situations as well. I've got a fair idea how I'd act. That doesn't necessarily mean that's how Hunter would act, or even the average person, right?
Yeah. Okay. So what? That's
So-
not pertinent to my question. My question's about you and Stardust. Doesn't even have anything to do with Hunter. Just asking if the roles were reversed, would you be the guy?
Yeah,
who
I'd
jumped in
probably
front?
try and get her out of the way of danger. Sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. But you don't think it's cowardice that he didn't, right, Beckett?
I don't know what their placements were, but he didn't just leave her alone. He tourniqueted her injury. They got out the room together. What are your expectations of what Hunter should have done here? Now, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit here and defend Hunter Avalon because I don't give a fuck. But like, what are your expectations of what his action should have been?
Well, I would expect him to act in a way that preserves the female's life.
Okay, but what does that look like? Because that could be anything.
Well, in this particular case, her jumping in front of him does the opposite of preservation of her life.
Okay, but how did
So even if the
occur?
action
What
was
the
just
actual-
to grab her and run off with her or jump in front of her, any of these things I might consider acceptable. But just to flee the other direction while screaming to her to run, which is what he reported and the papers reported, that seems to me to be the epitome of cowardice.
They were both running.
He was running
were both
first.
running,
He
yeah.
was running first.
He may have ran first, but she was running as well.
Well, he who runs first is the first pussy. That's the way that works.
That's what
Okay?
he's supposed to do. That's what he's supposed to do in that situation.
You're not supposed to let her stand guard as the human shield while he runs in that situation. It is not what the situation calls for.
Okay, just from a positioning point in the room here, because like we're getting to the weird logistics. Do we know where they were standing when they became aware of an active shooter?
They had walked down to the apartment building's glass front door, and they were peering out of it when Conrad showed up, and I guess he had the gun with him. So that's all we know about it.
So at that point, is that the point when Hunter was like, "Shit, he's got a gun, we should run it," and then ran?
Well, he was slack-jawed.
He was
didn't know what to do.
he was
He
trying
was
to
panicked.
estimate. Yeah.
He was panicked and he was slack-jawed, and he said while he was trying to determine what was going on, because apparently his processor is a little bit slow, she heroically ran and jumped in front of him. And then as he was fleeing, he shouted, "Run, run, run."
Okay, well, my question, did she know that her previous partner was there to kill him?
Well, she didn't know it
She
at
had
that
a
point.
suspicion. She certainly did. Yeah.
Yeah, but he had the same suspicion.
So they both had the suspicion that the target of her ex-boyfriend was Hunter, not her.
So what?
Yes.
So the reasonable reaction from her is to be less inclined to run because she.
Why
doesn't
would
think
that? I thought that he
gonna-
was an abuser, and we don't believe abusers because they do anything they can to abuse. So
Yeah,
even
we
if
might
he's-
not believe
so
that.
why would
But
she?
she might believe that.
Why
We're
would
talking about
she?
what
Why would
people-
she believe
No,
a
no.
manipulative abuser? That makes no sense, Beckett.
Well, she was with him for 11 years, bro. Like, you know, she clearly believed him long enough to be with him for 11 years.
Yeah, so just because she's stupid doesn't mean that she believed him.
Yeah, but we're not talking about like, hey, what was her intelligent action here? We're talking about what actions people took with the information they had. And the information they both had was he's here to kill Hunter, get Hunter out the way. He's not here to kill Holly. Holly feels in less danger. Now, whether that's the reality is almost fucking irrelevant to their actions.
Oh, I don't think so. Because if you got a call inside of your little flat or whatever the fuck you call it in the UK, if you got a call from your manager of your flat and your manager of your flat said, hey, Beckett, you fucking Ed Sheeran lookalike motherfucker, there's a guy with a suitcase who's walking around here who looks awful suspicious. And you had an inkling that it might be Stardust's ex-boyfriend there to possibly exterminate you or her or both. If you went to check out the situation, would you take Stardust with you, Beckett?
No, I wouldn't.
No.
You bet I would insist on.
That was the point. That was the point where Beckett fucked up. That was the point where Beckett was like, oh shit, what did I just say?
Fucking irrelevant to their actions.
Oh, I don't think so. Because if you got a call inside of your little flat or whatever the fuck you call it in the UK, if you got a call from your manager of your flat and your manager of your flat said, hey, Beckett, you fucking Ed Sheeran lookalike motherfucker, there's a guy with a suitcase who's walking around here who looks awful suspicious. And you had an inkling that it might be Stardust's ex-boyfriend there to possibly exterminate you or her or both. If you went to check out the situation, would you take Stardust with you, Beckett?
No, I wouldn't.
No.
You bet I would insist on coming, though.
And would you let her?
No,
would you let her,
would
Beckett?
insist on coming, but I wouldn't fucking let you come.
Right.
I fucking listen. I fucking okay. I hate both these sides because again, like yes, there are different expectations here. I'm not Hunter, and there is going to be a different fucking reality to these things. So yes, you're right. I would in those situations, like either go on my own. In fact, do you know what? Actually, like as we're talking about what I would do, I probably wouldn't check things out. I would probably secure the location as best I could and phone the fucking police. I wouldn't go on my own with a fucking camera or whatever.
Hey, I don't have any problem. Look, Beckett, I don't have any problem with that either. But assuming that you just felt.
Okay, I actually found the link of the conversation we had afterwards. I don't know where it started.
Have actually never been more shriveled up since when
But
Beckett
this was
said what he
this was all of us. This was all of us in a call on Discord right after the debate. And I wonder what happened.
said. I'm actually like disgusted.
That's all faux outrage.
I'm actually disgusted at the idea that he doesn't think. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking. Shut up, Jack. Shut up, you stupid fucking bitch.
That was not
Shut the
not
fuck
Andrew
up.
talking.
Right.
Shut the.
Yeah, I didn't say shit.
No, I said Jack. I told Jack to shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so the live me is up here. Okay, the non-live me is down here, or down here. Okay, the non-live me is on where I normally would be.
Fair enough.
As what you said before.
Shut up, Jack.
How do I know them? I know Beckett just from having hung out in his streams. He was streaming on Twitch for a long time. He still streams, but he's mainly on YouTube now. He does something called the Copecast. He started a channel called Cope and Seethe with a friend of his. But when he was on Twitch, and he was just, he was like a, 13 viewer Andy or 27 viewer Andy or whatever he was at the time. I would just hang out in his stream and chat with him. I talked with him about bartending stuff and cocktails and politics and things like that. But after the debate that you just saw, Beckett went live to stream, and I was in his chat, and I was like, hey, obviously I just saw the debate, and would it be cool if we talked about it in a little bit? He's like, yeah, jump in there. So we jumped in, and we started talking, and then there was a bunch of people that started talking, and then Stardust, who's his girlfriend, who's the girl that you saw in the stream there, the debate with Andrew Wilson, she jumped in, and then they brought in Andrew Wilson, and then they brought in Vivian Wolf and like some other people, and it turned into this whole thing. So I don't know them, but I just, I knew Beckett from his stream, and it just snowballed into this whole fucking other thing.
Jack, please, sorry. Star, please.
I'm actually the idea that you think that you have any fucking control over my fucking life and the decisions that I fucking make.
You could tell this is a Discord call now because it's a lot more unleashed.
Actually disgusts me. It disgusts me.
Yeah,
My ovaries
but so, like,
never been
so what?
Fucking shriveled as
Yeah,
they are
yeah.
now.
So what?
Okay?
It's like so what though? Every chick is a badass till the curtain goes down, and then all their feminism goes right out the window. So like, who gives a shit? Ultimately, any chick that ever let me finish. Anytime there's a crisis, right? All that feminism shit goes right out the fucking window, and you're all just coping by pretending it doesn't, because it does. It goes right out the fucking window. I'm she right, hear me roar. It's all bullshit.
But it's not about
You've been coming for years without getting left at.
Guys.
This is me right here. Obviously, it's a picture, an amazing picture of one-legged Lanius. But the middle is Beckett, so that's Stardust's boyfriend. The person right middle is Andrew Wilson, and Stardust is somewhere around. But I mean, you can hear, you can obviously tell who she is when she starts speaking.
Guys, shut the fuck up, or I will actually start muting some of you. Guys, please, fuck. Okay, it's not about control though, and that's a weird contextualization, which I understand why Star is pissed off about. It's not about control. This is like the only fucking situation this applies to in our relationship, where it is not about, I will control you and tell you what to do. It is, you matter to me. You are the most important thing to me. I will take serious actions to protect you, even against your own will. Now, that might be a shitty fucking point, but the idea of anything happening to Stardust terrifies me. So obviously,
well, that's interesting. So Beckett, let me ask you a question.
I didn't say that you would like it, Beckett. I didn't say that you would like it. I didn't say that you would agree with it, right? What I did say is that you can't fucking control me. If you are...
he can't control you. Are you going to take his last name? If you got married, would you take his last name?
Maybe not. Maybe I would not.
Maybe not? No, you're not going to take his last name?
If that even happens, right? Because we have plenty of things that we have differences on, right?
Yeah, but if it did happen.
Beckett, let me finish what I'm saying. Beckett, it is not about whether you're afraid for me or not. It is not about whether you're terrified of me, being in danger. The point is, I said, you don't have to like it. You probably wouldn't even agree with it. But at the end of the day, if you were going outside and you wouldn't listen to me to not go outside and to just wait inside and call the fucking police, then you bet your ass I would be following you outside. And there's nothing that you could do about it.
Can I ask
why couldn't he do something about it?
Well, also, why would you follow him?
He can't stop me from following him.
But why would you follow him?
Why not? Why can't he? Why couldn't he?
Because she's her own person. She's her own fucking person. That's why, goddamn.
So what? Yeah. So what? She's her own person, but you're like, okay, you're your own person, but you're still not following me, and then you make her not follow you.
Bullshit.
Well, how is he gonna make it without?
Why is that bullshit? Why can't? I would use force. I would use force to protect my woman from herself. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Tell me why that's wrong for me to say that.
It's not wrong if that's the way that you have your relationship.
Yeah,
but I don't think that's the way that Beckett and I function.
I think I think it is though. I think what Beckett was saying is.
Shut up.
It never has been.
Fucking simp. Shut your mouth, simp. We're having a conversation, simp. Calm down. Anyway, go ahead, Stardust.
This was probably like one of the more fun moments I've had on the internet. I've been streaming for a few years now, but I felt like really not privileged, but it was a joy to be part of this moment because it never was supposed to be anything like this. It was just supposed to be like me and Beckett talking, and then like 3 other guys jumped in that are not like Andrew Wilson or Stardust or anything. But because we were talking about it on Beckett's stream, Andrew Wilson saw the stream and he was like, okay, I want to jump in on this. But even before he came in, I'm pretty sure Stardust came in before him and was trying to like, make her case about what she was saying during the debate. And I was like, okay, well, I've never talked to Stardust before, but I guess I got a chance now. And then like 5 minutes later, fucking Andrew Wilson jumped in. And then like 20 minutes later, fucking Vivian Wolf jumped in. It turned into this whole weird fucking Twitch poll fucking thing. So it was, like for me, it was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm hanging out with some heavy hitters here in terms of the people that stream or whatever. Would you invest 24/7 in bodyguard team if you had the money? No. If I had the money, yeah. If I had the money, I would. Yeah. If you're talking like what, like Bezos money? Yeah, definitely. Why not? Why not? I mean, don't get me wrong. I would still want to, carry probably and defend myself. But if I can employ people to and outsource my own protection to professionals, yeah, of course I would. But I think you need to have like Bezos money to do that kind of stuff. You can't stop me. Pushes are dumb. Yeah. How big is Vivian? Vivian used to be pretty big. Vivian just kind of hangs out in chats now from time to time. But Vivian, well, I actually talked to Vivian about some of the stuff that I can explain right now. But I'll just fast forward it to it at that point and just basically give you like a rundown of what happened with Vivian. So long story short, after all of us finished talking about this subject, Vivian and I and somebody who's accused of some pretty weird sexual internet stuff on the internet were in the same call. We stayed in the chat. And I talked to Vivian for, I don't know, maybe like half an hour. And I was asking Vivian about some things that happened back in the day. And Vivian basically explained to me what was going on or what had happened. And it involves doxing and political things and all kinds of stuff. But I mean, Vivian used to stream. Vivian used to be a big part of the Twitch poll discourse, and then after this one, there was a stream where she was on with Vosh and Destiny and a bunch of people explaining about. Well, I'll get to that. I'll just fast forward to that point. But something happened with her telling Vosh and Destiny about this thing that she was involved in that nobody was cool with at all. And so when I got the chance to just talk to Vivian one-on-one, basically I asked her about it, and you'll hear about it when I get to it. But I'm just gonna let this play out for a little bit. Andrew Wilson ruin and expose Haas, aka Infrared, on Fresh and Fit. I don't remember that. I knew they did debate, but I don't remember the context, or excuse me, the contents of the debate. But how big is Vivian and Hamilton? I don't know who Hamilton is, but Vivian was a very well-known person in the Twitch poll sphere. She still is, but she just doesn't stream anymore. She's just like, I see Vivian hanging out in like Rezi's chat from time to time, and that's it.
Fucking whine ass. What a whiny bitch. Shut the fuck up. We're talking.
Just let Star speak. Let Star speak.
Beckett, you would have to, by force, make that happen. I don't know how the fuck you would, but I would, if that is what you would do, I mean, you have to expect to get come back. And we have never functioned that way. For us to all of a sudden function that way, our relationship would be over.
Oh, so him protecting you from doing a stupid thing, you would end the relationship. That sounds stupid.
him using force. One, I would obviously want him to stay inside. But if he's going to be a big enough idiot to go outside, then yeah, I will fucking follow him.
Last name Wilson. Yeah. Some very bad approach to belief and morality. I guess it just depends. You know, I probably agree with Andrew Wilson on a lot of descriptions of our current moment in time here, but I don't agree with his prescriptions because I'm not, an Orthodox Christian, and also, and another thing is I'm not a fan of slurs, and he's a slur heavy kind of guy. So, but in terms of describing what the current moment is or feels like, I actually probably think I would agree with him on a lot of things.
Well, what if he went
not everything, but maybe possibly a lot of things.
outside with a gun?
Or
That's a little bit different,
or what about
isn't
this? Let's say you and Beckett had a child, and all three of you were in the room. Would you bring the child with you?
It's a little bit different, isn't it? That's not the same situation.
Well, you'd still be following him.
Yeah, but the point is he's giving you an order. He's giving you an order. Well, he's just trying to give you an order of operation. So he's saying like, look,
giving me an order
if we
do not.
Yeah, so if you have a but if you
think that we don't pull.
I love it. I love it. I jumped in with something just incredibly, just a simple question, and Andrew Wilson comes in to defend me. I love it. It was amazing.
Would you?
Obviously want him to stay inside, but if he's going to be a big enough idiot to go outside, then yeah, I will fucking follow him.
Well, what if he went outside with a gun?
Or
That's a little bit different,
or what about
isn't
this? Let's say you and Beckett had a child, and all three of you were in the room. Would you bring the child with you?
It's a little bit different, isn't it? That's not the same situation.
Well, you'd still be following him.
But the point is he's giving you an order. He's giving you an order. Well, he's just trying to give you an order of operation. So he's saying like, look,
giving me an order
if we
do not.
Yeah, so if you have a but if you
think that we don't pull 50-50 in this relationship, we absolutely do.
Well, why? that seems silly.
We do. Like we no, hold on. We absolutely do. Like,
no, you don't.
I'm not just memeing on the point of partnership. No, we absolutely do. Sure.
No, you don't. You can't.
Like people have.
It's not even possible.
You know what? You're right. You're right, Andrew.
Oh my
I
fucking
pay
God.
for the ticket to go visit him. All right. I
Yeah.
go visit him, and I do all of whatever he needs to be done in his house while he's working. Then I come back. Right. So you know what? No, it's not 50-50 in effort. In fact, I put in fucking 70. All right. If that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but when we're talking about 50-50, we also have to. You have to attribute force. You have to attribute force.
Hold on,
you wouldn't. So let me ask you this, right? If one of you is better at something, right, in your lives, you say it's 50-50, and across the relationship it may be, right? But if one of you is better at something, right, that person will take control of that aspect because they're just more inclined and better to do it.
But do I think he's necessarily better if he's going out and being a fucking dumbass?
Well, I think
the odds are better if he could physically protect himself than you can.
Yeah, I think that if a physical altercation had to happen,
when you looked at him, you think he can protect himself?
But it just physiologically,
I think he can protect himself better than you. Yeah.
If Beckett gets his head slammed into a wall and you get your head slammed into a wall, the chances of Beckett's skull cracking is less likely than yours.
Right, but two people being there versus one person being there is still an advantage. And Beckett would
No, it's not. It's not inherently an advantage. We were taught this in urban search and rescue. So when I joined the Army, I got to my unit, and we were actually supposed to deploy to Syria to support First Armor in whatever mission they had. And before we were supposed to deploy, our unit was assigned a different mission, and it was called DSERF, which is called the Defense Seaburn Response Force. And Seaburn stands for Chemical, Biological, Radiological, Nuclear. But long story short, DSERF is like basically if another 9/11 or Hurricane Katrina happens, we would be sent out to rescue or recover. Rescue meaning they're still alive. Recover meaning they're not alive anymore. Any victims that might be involved in certain incidents. And one of the first things we're taught about going into those kinds of situations is that one of the most important things that you can ensure, one of the most important things you can do to ensure mission success is that you don't turn something that was a rescue into a recovery. So, or you don't want to overextend yourself as a group when you're rescuing somebody, so much so to the point where now, let's say somebody on your team, falls down or gets trapped on something, and now you've complicated the original mission by having to make a decision as to whether you should save somebody on your own team because they got involved in something they shouldn't have done, or rescue the person you originally went in there to fucking, rescue or recover. So never put yourself in a situation where now one of the people you went in with is now a part of the equation that you need to solve. That is like rule number one. You have to look out for yourselves before you look out for anybody else. Stardust is 100% wrong on this, okay? 100% wrong on this. Hey, what's up, Devo? How you doing? What's up? Welcome in. So yeah, but this whole thing is like, well, two people is better than one person. Not necessarily. Two people can complicate the situation, especially if you're not on the same page. If you don't have any agreed upon measures to enact as a team, if you're just completely operating in the dark in terms of the person you're with and how they'll react given the situation, it's not necessarily just better because it's more people. It could be more complicated now.
No, it's not.
No, it's the opposite.
No,
this is
it's
a liability.
For going outside.
Yeah.
No.
He said it. It's a liability. Yeah.
Stop. Like, I actually, this actually kind of matters. And the reason I reacted the way I did is because I have been in these situations. It actually is not a benefit for you to be there. You are a hindrance. Because if I'm in that situation, I am not just thinking about how I have to react. I'm thinking about instinctively how to protect you. And this is, hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, you can.
But let me finish. Like,
don't you want to be controlled a little bit?
No, I don't.
We have seen
not even a little
replicated in military studies with like mixed squads. Like, men put themselves at risk for female squad mates, and it leads to higher casualties in simulations.
Okay,
like,
that is fine. But if you're being a fucking retard and going out when you shouldn't be going out in the first fucking place, of course I'm gonna follow you and keep a fucking eye on you.
Oh, well, I
If
mean,
I'm in that
great.
Situation,
so you're going to put him in worse danger?
This isn't about like some trad relationship, or I'm trying to position myself in some trad way to posture.
I don't fucking care if it's about trad shit, bro. The point that pisses me off is that you think that you can dictate to me without having a fucking discussion with me about it, about what I'm going to do and what I'm not going to do. And if you're going to be a fucking retard and go outside, then I'm gonna fucking follow you, you stupid fucking bitch.
Yeah. So I mean, you guys should have a fucking big verbal altercation and physical altercation in the middle of a shooting event. It's genius level stuff.
She is the way that she's explaining her, the way that she's laying out her case is evidence enough that she should not be involved. She can't even like talk about this calmly. This should be a calm conversation. This should just be, okay, well, if you don't think that I should be there with him, then you should tell me why. Right? This is the way. It shouldn't be like, first of all, like, it shouldn't be any of that. It's okay. I think women think, like, excuse me, they could best up a guy. Women feeling is affected. The thing is, it's like, oh god, here we go. I think a woman going into this kind of situation might think that they are able to talk the situation down, meaning escalate it. Whereas a man considers that a possibility, but also considers direct, speedy violence as also an option. Whereas I don't think is as likely that the woman is thinking that. I think she's thinking, let's be reasonable, right? I'm a nice person, you're a nice person. Let's talk about this, right? That, like, aggressive, speedy violence. That's not the first thing she is going to think about. That is the first thing the man's going to think about, but he's able to shelve that to explore the conversation part, but he still has one hand on the fucking harsh, speedy violence part. He can just pull that and just fucking go for it if he needs to. I'm not saying the woman can't do that, but is she likely to do that? No, probably not. I'd be more inclined to push her out the door and close it behind her. Well, Stardust, yeah, right.
Well, maybe he shouldn't go outside in the first fucking place.
I shouldn't
Well,
go outside. in the
that'll
first
teach
place.
him.
I agree
And then
with
you can hinder him enough to make sure he gets killed. That just seems like this is just foolish.
You know what? I will hinder him enough that it's a better idea for him to come inside and not go outside.
And that is the sensible thing for you to do. And also, and I said this during the conversation, it just got washed over, why our relationship is not me just being in control, it is a partnership. Because if I was dumb enough to do that, you would be the person to stop me doing the stupid thing. Because in that situation,
and again,
you're the fucking
that is the
sensible one.
point. That is the point, though, because I would be fucking following you out, and you would realize at a certain point that, you know what, this is actually going to be more of a hindrance to me, so I'll just go inside.
Hey, Beckett, you know what kind of ship sinks the fastest? A partnership.
Oh my fuck.
God damn
it.
Listen, the problem with Andrew's shitty question, and I said this before, he only brought me on because he needed a dunk, because I don't know what happened in that fucking debate, but it sounds like he wasn't fucking getting anywhere with you if he had to do that kind of shit. But
no, the debate was over.
No, it just made for good content, honestly, Beckett.
Yeah, he got squashed, and he had to bring in my boyfriend to try and discredit me, so.
No,
listen, it looks like fucking wait for me, buddy. It looks like
this sounds like you guys are just
uncomfortable. Was it uncomfortable for you that your debate partner didn't walk off during your opening statement? And have you got a little bit fucking complacent, buddy?
Still more cope, man. You can't cope because Stardust got beat in a debate and then got beat a second time after the debate. That's not my fault.
No, see, here's the thing, okay? You said that, again, you brought up this whole thing, like, oh, Stardust, wouldn't your ovaries shrivel up? No, it is the opposite. I'm sorry to say, I am one of the few humans out there that is completely turned off by the idea of somebody dictating to me, not having a fucking conversation with me about what I do and where I'm going. And you bet your ass.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of this fucking thing we just watched. It reminds me of this thing that we just watched. What was it? Where is she? Oh, where is she? Where are you? We just watched this like an hour or two ago. Where are you? You're hiding here somewhere. I'm gonna find you. There you are.
Women are drafted to the military. I am most excited.
Yeah, this lady. Like Stardust reminds me of this lady. Like, we're gonna have a conversation, okay? We're gonna have a conversation, and we're gonna meet each other in the middle, okay? There is compromise, all right? Blah blah blah. This is what it reminds me of. This lady. Yeah, this lady right here.
Women are drafted to the military. I am most excited to see the confrontation between commanding officers and the girls.
Now, this could be interesting. Please tell me why.
Think we're going to let you yell at us?
I'm not sure you understand how the military works.
You think we're going to do something without a please and thank you? Like, let's sit down and have a conversation about what you want and what I want, and we'll reach a happy medium. Because there's no way I'm doing what you want when you use that tone with me. You think you can push us around like you do with these men? Think again, baby.
I mean, that is literally what Stardust sounds like during this whole fucking thing, man. You're making me emotional.
Are you persistent? Again, if Beckett is making a stupid enough fucking decision to go outside, I don't know what he's doing, maybe he's drunk out of his fucking mind, then yeah, I will be fucking following him, and I will be making sure that he is getting fucking nagged the fuck. Like, I don't know what to say, bro. Like, what did you?
Yeah, I know, but if I, like, from my perspective, right? Every time women say this shit, they're just lying. Like, they want men to take charge and fight.
Maybe from
They
your,
want
with the women
they want men.
Andrew.
No,
Yeah, that's right.
women. They want men to take charge in a crisis situation. They want men to take charge in a crisis situation.
Now I'm fucking offended. Do you think I would date somebody like that? Listen,
Yes.
in this very particular,
Absolutely, 100%, sure,
situation, in this one particular situation where I've dealt with this stuff in real life, and like you'll know, I didn't really like.
All right, I mean, I don't know how. I mean, this goes on for an hour and a half. I don't know how much. I don't know. So I'll give you a long story short. So we're at this point now where obviously I'm here, and I'm actually. So the reason why I jumped on the call is because I wanted to actually explain to Beckett why I consider being charitable towards Andrew Wilson's argument as it relates to this. And all the other people that joined outside of Andrew Wilson and Stardust, so these other people here, were instantly like disagreeing with me. They were just like, oh, well, what about this and what about that? And I was like, look, it just doesn't matter, man. Like, you know, if you have a wife and kids and, you know, if you don't have a game plan, then you need to put your family in a safe place and you need to confront whatever's going on out there. Now, I'm coming from the perspective of I got a gun. I probably got multiple, you know, in that kind of situation. But either way, I minimally have one. But they're just, but you know, but also, you know, the real context of the conversation is, you know, you are the head of the household. You are the man. You're going to confront whatever's out there. Doesn't mean that you're going to start fucking, you know, becoming a bullet sponge after fucking 10 seconds. It doesn't mean that. It just means you're going to assess what's going on. Especially if you don't have a game plan already, you know, scripted out with your wife and your children for what is expected of them. You know, maybe your wife can help you, but she shouldn't be right next to you during this whole thing. Now, fucking this whole thing kept going for another hour or so, and then they started talking about drama, and it was because Vivian Wolf came in and Andrew Wilson was like, oh yeah, but what about your friend who's a fucking pedophile or whatever? And then Vivian Wolf was like, oh, listen, all that shit was debunked or whatever. And they started arguing about that shit. And the whole conversation completely transitioned from this whole home defense conversation to what about your friend who's a pedophile conversation. Actually, maybe I can find that real quick. Let me see.
Why'd you bring up a nude photo of this?
Oh yeah.
Long ago, but yeah. So what's your bigger? Oh,
no, a StreamYard link, some kind.
I care. No one cares.
Me to stay inside the crucible to merge with the political shit show. I can't wait to.
Oh, okay.
You want to try to get some?
Apparently. This gets even more complicated. Apparently, this person who was being accused of a pedophile was also coordinating, possibly from a political perspective, to have some kind of joint venture with Andrew Wilson, which is complicated because I don't know why these people would exist in the same universe ever. But they started bringing all this shit up. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
For it, let's go.
Okay.
Like I said,
Okay, here it is. Here it is.
it's okay with me hopping on and him running off. Yes, I said yes. So, BPF, I've been waiting for it. Let's go.
So this person, okay, actually, this person came on before Vivian Wolf did. Never mind, I got this wrong. This is from a year ago, so you got to forgive me. But this person, I don't know how they jumped into this, but the pedophile person or whatever jumped in after they started talking about the drama stuff and said, "Okay, let's fucking talk about that thing you want to talk about."
I don't think I have a choice, Cheeky. I think this is just the way my life is
Not
going.
at this point. No, this has been waiting for the moment for a long time. Almost.
It's going to be a very disappointing moment for you. It's going to be over in 2 minutes.
No, just wait.
Alexa, hello.
Alexa, hello.
Hi, I'm playing a game, but hello.
What the fuck do you want, Alexa?
What do you mean? What I want?
I
was
wonder-
asked to
I
join you,
wonder-
retard.
Me, I
didn't
asked
ask
her.
you. Yeah, you. Okay, so what do you want, Alexa?
I don't want anything from you. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought. So then,
You okay?
see what I mean? I told you that this
You
is
all right,
how
Andrew?
go.
Years of deflection and just
What am I
accusations
deflecting?
Oh,
Yeah, Alexa's a child groomer. That's correct.
So true, man. That really helped your career, didn't it? You got your YouTube demonetized, pretty much got laughed out the room by everyone. Everyone still makes fun of you for it. I'm actually glad you did it because it made you look like a fucking clown show. It was funny as fuck.
My YouTube's demonetized? I didn't know that.
Or
When did
or
that
strike,
happen?
whatever it is. Wait, like strike.
Wait, my
or
YouTube
something?
has a strike? I didn't know that.
That's what I heard.
Oh, so it sounds like you're just full of shit. Don't know
Yes, I believe so.
what the fuck you're talking about, as usual. Hey, when I went live tonight, there was 1.2 thousand people live. What about you, Alexa?
Oh my god, congratulations. I don't stream because I'm not a worthless loser who doesn't
You
have a
don't
life.
stream because you're an untalented fucking hack child groomer.
So true.
Yes, it is true.
Hold on, I wanted to flag for this real fast and to say that the child grooming accusations against Alexa were
He doesn't, Brandon, there's no point. Brandon, he doesn't matter. He doesn't even believe it. He only did it for clout. He never did it for any other reason. He doesn't even believe it.
How can I get clout from somebody who has no clout?
Well, I mean, you did make multiple videos and then went on about it for months on end and then hopped on other
No, I
streams
barely.
before.
No, I made one video and then you kept it going perpetually because
Yes,
I
I
have
kept
clout
it
and
going.
you
Very true.
want to try to get some of that clout.
reality, Andrew. Very true.
Yes, that's correct.
You're a very smart
That's
guy.
what happened. Well, I don't know. I have clout. You have zero clout. So
I don't care about clout. I'm not someone.
Yes,
who
right.
Like, oh,
you're
I
the
need
person
clout.
who attached yourself to me. I haven't talked about your fucking
Why?
dumbass in the year and
Is Destiny? No, Destiny's not in here. No.
a half.
Yeah, so true. That's why when you originally came into my
that.
community, you messaged me and asked for my server and was like, "Hey, look, let's merge the political shit show and the Crucible." You did that, Andrew.
Literally never happened. Show the DMs
Sure.
right now.
Really? All right, well,
Show
we can
'em.
go on our
Yes.
DMs and I can show that you did literally
Show
do
it.
that.
Then show it right now. Don't talk. Just show it.
Yeah. 1 second, fuckface.
Yeah, go ahead. Show the Crucible and the political shit show merging.
Autism is raging. Just calm down. It'll be okay.
Yeah, you're never.
Yeah, so they're talking about like the political shit show and the Crucible Discord servers merging to become some kind of, I don't know, leftist right wing behemoth conglomerate or something. I don't know, some kind of joint venture.
We're going to be able to show that never happened. You're lying.
Whatever. Anyways, whatever. It just went back and forth with Andrew Wilson calling that person a groomer. Apparently they had like some DMs with a fucking minor back in the day or whatever. I think I might even have asked about it when I got into just the talks with Vivian Wolf because that person that we're talking about right now stayed in the call. So I think I got into it, but I'm just going to fast forward it to when that was possibly the case. Actually, it looks like it looks like it might have cut. Let me see.
Not like Matt Walsh.
Can
Not like
I
Matt
ask
Walsh
you a
has
serious
literally
question?
fucking said it. Jesus.
Okay, that's Vivian.
Shit, like you can make content out of fucking anything, can't you? Imagine using that to shit on a dude. Like, how
That was fun. It was fun.
That?
It was fun to do. Imagine your wife going to get gangbanged by 5 dudes.
Yeah.
I like Andrew's projecting his fantasies right now.
Could never be your
that was
wife.
fucking hilarious.
Could never be your
No,
wife.
no, it couldn't. It couldn't be. No, it could never be. That's right. Could never be.
Yeah.
And it was his wife.
That's what.
It was
That's
his
what
wife.
you think. That's what you.
No, that's what I know. But I know his wife did. So there's that. Anyway, I'll see you guys back here Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Love you,
and
Andrew.
I'll be happy to watch as what's his name never shows the fuck up again.
Yep, love you, Andrew.
You know this
I'll see you.
motherfucker. This motherfucker slid into my DMs during that whole debacle a couple of years ago. Do you know that? Fucking Andrew, like sliding into my DMs.
Oh,
that shit was.
What did
I'm almost
say?
it was funny.
I'm almost tempted just to cut Queeman and take Queeman. But
what did he say? What did he say?
Right.
What do you say? What do you say? Oh,
Okay.
he was like fucking sliming around, trying to get me to like tell him about pedo shit that had been happening in some other.
So that's Vivian. Okay. I actually found the video of us talking. So the video that we see here is the cut version that I pieced together in case Chud or anybody else wanted like a sneak peek into the after hours call that we had after the debate. But then I have the actual video where it's me and Vivian and this other person talking. Let me see.
The 16-year-old, I'd be like, man, that's fucking gross. But if
Thank you, Viv, for just going in on him because. Thank you, Viv, for just going in on him because that.
Also, Braindead, it's almost 3:00. Go to bed.
I don't know why we entertain these people. Like, they literally are the fucking slimes of humanity. Like, genuinely. Like, this shit that I if it was up to me, I'd round them all up, put them in fucking camps.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. To a point. I mean, obviously.
I know you're being careful. Vivian's toxic as fuck. You know what? I've had a few conversations with Viv. Look, I understand why people say that. I will say this. You know, the conversations that I've had with Viv have been pretty pleasant. This is one of them, and so you can see right now it's just me, Viv, this other fucking weirdo that's in the call, and then somebody else. But I believe they drop at some point. And then it's just us three. But I will say, you know, I fully understand Viv's reputation. I totally get all that. However, I will say the conversations I've had with Viv have been fun and interesting and have been totally fine. You know, it hasn't been like, you're Antifa, you're a horrible person. It hasn't been like that at all. It's been super, you know, like if for some reason I was talking to Viv at some point, any time in the future, unless I did something, you know, unless something happened, I would expect the conversation to go pretty well. I mean, whatever. I mean, I guess it just all depends. A lot of people don't consider what I do as debate, and that's fine because I don't want it to be considered that. I'm more conversational. I like to ask people questions and you know, poke and prod around their worldview and get a sense of who they are. I don't have to fucking just instantly tear somebody down and be like, oh, everything you think and believe sucks. I don't need to do that, you know.
They shouldn't be anywhere near children. They should.
But I will say, I understand what you mean by, like, you know, she's toxic. That's her reputation, and you know that was earned from basically, I mean, from a lot of interactions that she's had, but also, most importantly, probably with Destiny and Vosh in terms of the list, which is what I'm about to talk to her about. Let me see.
Because a bunch of people, like, she would send me something and then I just had internet drama, like,
what you're advocating for?
For 30.
Thank you.
Because a bunch of people.
Thank you, Viv, for just
no biggie.
In a while.
Had internet drama like that before, right? Didn't grow. She would.
What you're advocating for?
Thank you, Viv, for just going in on him because that.
Also, brain dead. It's almost 3:00. Go to bed.
I don't know why we entertain these people. Like, they literally are the fucking slimes of humanity. Like, genuinely. Like, this shit that I if it was up to me, I'd round them all up, put them in fucking camps.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. To a point. I mean, obviously.
They shouldn't be anywhere near children. They shouldn't be anywhere near the rest of society.
So Viv, one of the things that was being brought up in the chat in Becca's stream was the concept of saying or doing anything to defeat, the likes of Andrew. So that could be anything. I mean, do you agree with that?
Sorry, what?
Well, sorry, for some context, before this whole thing happened, we were talking about in the chat in Becca's
go to your Discord.
In Becca's stream, we were talking about the debate in general that they were having about self-defense and all that stuff, and then somebody in the chat brought up, hey, it doesn't matter what you say as long as you beat Big Papa Fascist, as long as you beat Andrew Wilson, that's all that really matters.
I don't care about beating him. There's no beating him. He's just a fucking degenerate, man. He shouldn't be part of society. I'm not interested in winning a battle of rhetorical wits with this fucking person. They're fucking beneath me, man. They're beneath everybody.
But you said a thing I didn't like 3 years ago, but I'm not mad. You're actually mad. Now let me light my 45th cigarette and tell you why you're tranny. Again.
Okay, so there's no room for charitability at all with anything he ever has to say.
I mean, I feel like it's fair on my end why there's not.
You can't trust fascists. They lie all the fucking time, man. There's absolutely nothing that I would trust coming out of Andrew Wilson's fucking mouth. Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's just Andrew.
If he said anything that I thought bore an investigation into, then that investigation would be like entirely independent of anything that he fucking said. Do you know what I mean? It's like.
Yeah.
The allegations about Alexa being a fucking pedophile, like, I mean, if she shared some minorly saucy chats with a 17-year-old, did you know this person was 17?
Yeah, and there again, I will say once again, there was never a single message.
Were they saucy chats?
I was just about to say, there were literally zero things of me ever saying anything sexual to that person. There are none. It does not exist. It's not a thing that ever happened.
Well, how is the accusation coming then? What's the...
Because a bunch of people, this is the most basic way to put it without spilling into like an hour of this, is me and Andrew had already had prior issues due to I tried to bait him into a conversation.
I don't care about that. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. What did you say that could lead them to make the argument that you?
They don't like me. There's the reason. They do not like me.
I know they don't like you, but they've got.
Yes, yes, there isn't anything. I'm telling you, there is not. They made it up. And actually, I shouldn't say they made it up. Doe's community made it up, and then they walked away from it because there was no proof of it. And then Andrew and Fabian picked it up and said, "Oh,
who is talking?" I thought Alexa was accused. So I'm up here. Here's Vivian, and here's the person talking right now. And I don't know. I didn't know anything about this person until they joined the call earlier. This is the person that was supposedly trying to merge their political server with Andrew Wilson's political server. But Andrew Wilson's claim is that this person was accused of DMing minors on Discord or whatever, and grooming and all this stuff. And Vivian jumped in basically to just kind of have fun with the whole conversation prior to this moment that we're having right here. But was also aware of the accusations that this person was a groomer or PDF or DMer or whatever the hell Is that Alexa the groomer? This is yes that is that is this person, Look, if you have any questions about who this is, it sounds like Nader would know more than I would about who this person is. So,
we have proof when Alexa said all
I mean,
these
we
sexual
already
things.
know Fabian's fucking like
Yes.
absolutely.
So
insane.
yeah, it was.
Like,
it
he
was.
will make a mountain out.
It
of
was
the
it
tiniest
was
little
Doe's
molehill.
community that originally made the accusation. Then that was then picked up by Andrew and Fabian, and then they.
no one called Vivian a groomer. Vivian has other drama, and it involves something I'm going to talk to her about in a little bit here. But the other person here, like I said, I don't know who. I didn't know who they were. I still don't even know who they are, really. I only became aware of them because they were brought up in conversation when they were talking about the whole Hunter Avalon stuff in the previous portion of the call. What you saw before was the YouTube cut version that I would give links to other streamers in case they wanted to get a raw version of the kill stream after party debate that we had, right? But this video that you're watching right now is the actual raw video of the entire stream that I downloaded. And so I cut this part of that because this is not relevant to what we were talking about with, Hunter Avalon and all that stuff. I cut that out of the YouTube part because it just wasn't relevant to the discourse at the time. But this is the same video. If I went back in an hour or so, you would see all of us talking again. This is the after party where everybody else left except for me, Viv, and this Alexa person. I have no clue who this Alexa person is. It sounds like Nader might know who this person is more than I do, so I don't know. But apparently maybe this person is famous for either grooming or DMing minors or some shit. I don't know. But it sounds like they're also trying to, explain what happened here. So
He said, we have all proof of said things, right? So they made claims of, we have proof that Alexa sent sexual photos. We have proof that Alexa's not the age she claims. We have proof that Alexa tried to groom this minor. And there were a bunch of other things as well.
I mean, do you mind if I ask, this person's 17 or was 17. How did anybody even, if this was all DMs? How did anybody even find out about this?
Well, actually, the other person leaked the DMs because they got pissed about it.
I actually leaked them. I was the one who put the DMs out. I was the person who put everything out. Yeah. So what happened was the person who was 17 that I was talking with started to become upset that I was not reciprocating what they wanted. Right. So they would
kind of like parasocial kind of relationship at that point.
Yeah, because they were trying to do this whole thing of like, oh, you're really cool, you're really awesome and stuff like that. And I would just stop responding, right? And now, my problem with that is I should have just been straight up like, hey, don't do that. That makes me uncomfortable. I just would just stop responding. I would stop responding and then wouldn't look at DMs. And so and again, I should have shut it down and be like, don't do that. That's not okay. That's not how this works. But I wouldn't speak. She became upset that I was not reciprocating those same things to her. And and then pretty much she got upset. She was within Doe's community.
Doe's community. They were coming on to you, and you were like,
yes, yeah, they were coming on to me, and then
you're too young.
My problem is I didn't say anything. I literally just left it. I would literally just stop messaging her, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have said no. I should have been very clear, no, this is not okay.
Yeah. Okay, and it never occurred to you that this person may or may not be underage. You were just having.
I knew they were 17 years old when we were talking to them.
Okay.
When I was talking to them, yes, I did know they were 17 years old, and that was the reason that I became uncomfortable with the way that they were talking to me because I didn't like that. But I was like, okay, how do I?
This is another reason why I flipped out on fucking he who shall not be named. Okay. And by he who shall not be named, I mean this person. All right, I just refuse to fucking, I refuse to say his name, but this person, all right. And now I'm not saying that this person was involved in anything that was related to that. I'm just saying I did have a conversation with him, and I asked him, "Are you okay with having minors in the Discord?" And he said, "Yes, I am." And he said, He gave context. He did say, if they're just here and they're talking politics and they're not causing any trouble, then I don't care. And for me, that was all, like I understand that was his perspective, and that's, you know, it's his Discord. That's what he wants to do. Fine, whatever. But I was not comfortable with that at all, and that's the moment when I decided I'm done. I'm leaving. You know, because if there's going to be minors, you know, hanging around here, don't want to be a part of it at all. Period. The end. Or even suspected minors. It's conversations like this where I learned how fucking detrimental and toxic Discord can be, where I was like, okay. And you keep in mind, this is a year ago. So at this point in my streaming career, I had probably only been on the scene for like a year and a half, maybe 2 years, maybe. Actually, no, I started in like March, April of 2022. So I'd been around for about a year and a half at that point. Yeah. And this is, you know, this conversation comes up and I'm like, okay, well, probably best to play it safe on Discord, you know, because you never know who you're fucking talking to. So then when I had that conversation with that person and he said, hey, yeah, this is the way I run my Discord, I was just like, okay, well, you know, I'm out, you know. Now, look, I'm not saying, you know, if that's the way he wants to run his Discord, that's fine. Like he didn't say anything weird about this. He just said, if they're talking politics and they're not causing trouble, then, you know, I just, you know, it doesn't matter to me. But for me, I was like, no, I get that, but I'm out of here. And it's because of shit like this, you know. You be careful. I mean, my daughter and his friends over and spend the night. Make one dad joke and don't go near them, or yeah, they could be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You definitely got to be careful. Yeah. So, but I mean, like this conversation that I'm having with this person was illuminating, you know, because I'm like, apparently this person has a lot of lore. Apparently this person is very well known in the Discord, Twitch poll universe or whatever. Or was at least. I mean, Nader was even saying like, I know who that is, you know. So yeah. So having been a part of this conversation, and also other Discord things that have happened where I've had to weigh in on whether or not somebody's a part of something or not, I'm just like, oh, Discord is just not even worth it, bro. It's not even worth it. I'll jump on a call with people from time to time, but hanging out in Discord all the fucking time is just not worth it, bro.
Handle the situation, and I literally did the one I shouldn't have done, and it was just, I just stopped responding. Like, she would send me something, and then I just wouldn't answer. Or I would respond with K. She would be like, oh, you're really cool. And I'd be like, K. And that would be it.
Yeah,
because I didn't know how to respond to it. It made me uncomfortable. And yeah, now I'm aware. It's like, hey, I should just like shut that shit down. And because, you know, okay, but yeah, there was never anything of me sending them going, oh, I really want to do blah 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 thing. That never happened.
And was all of that mixed in with the whole Discord merger stuff? I mean, was that at the same time or?
The Discord merger thing was was pretty early on. So when I originally started my community, Andrew was invited by somebody else. I don't know who invited him. I don't remember. This was like over 2.5 years ago. And he was invited in. I had to politically vote people in my community. He didn't like that. He left the community. And then that is when of the screenshot I posted of him offering like, hey, like your Discord's going to get nuked and you should do all these things, blah, blah, blah.
Man, I'm gonna have to try and raise money for a bridge. They took my fucking tooth out the other day.
But yeah, it's
finally stopped hurting.
So yeah, that's
I'm
like
sorry, that's completely off on a tangent.
That was really off topic.
I don't see what the fucking point of any of this shit is now.
I get it.
Well, it's all gonna get it's getting relitigated on Tuesday, I imagine. So it's
well,
yeah, I mean, if they have
we gotta use the word relitigate really loosely here. It's never gonna
have
come.
Any evidence that you did anything, then they'll present you on Tuesday, and then we'll know, won't we?
This entire thing has been went over on Chud Logic stream, on Zonia stream, on like 10 other people's streams literally 2 years ago. Like all of the same thing. He's literally going to show.
I sort of vaguely remember when it was happening.
Yeah,
like I said, he slid into my fucking DMs.
Yeah, he slid into everyone's DMs.
And was all like, hey, have you seen any pedo shit happening in lefty communities? And I'm like, motherfucker, if I had, I would fucking deal with it. And I certainly wouldn't be telling you, because you're not interested in doing any of this. You're not interested in stopping any of this shit. You just want to use it as a way to try and portray LGBT people as pedophiles. Like, I'm not fucking interested in providing you with propaganda. Like, if I see pedo shit, I'll fucking report it to the relevant authorities. You know what I mean? Like,
and when all this happened, I mean, like,
report it to Andrew fucking Wilson of the Crucible.
Okay, well, so when all this happened, then were you kind of open to the idea of, you know, I guess defending yourself on Chud Logic stream or, you know, anybody else's stream that may have been like wanting to talk about it?
So
or did
I
you
didn't.
just did you just put up the wall and made the fortress arc for yourself?
No, I addressed it. I went on multiple different streams, stuff like that. And look, I can fully admit I didn't handle the situation very well. I didn't know how to do it, right? I didn't know how to deal with the drama. It was a very new thing to me. Never had internet drama like that before, right? Didn't grow up on the internet, stuff like that. It was very new to me. And I was like, okay, what do I do? Right? So I did the mistake of I asked other people, what should I do? And then they gave me really bad advice. And then I looked like a fucking idiot. Didn't look like I was a groomer. I just looked like a fucking moron. So like my fault was I went on to these streams. I went on like Sonsouls and Chuds and all these things. And they would go, okay, I don't see any grooming, stuff like that. But why did you not just shut it down? And my response would be like, because I didn't want to hurt their feelings, right? I was just like, I don't know what to fucking say, right? Because it was just a weird situation. And then the actual answer was it made me uncomfortable, and the way I dealt with things that made me uncomfortable, I just walked away from it. Obviously, it was dumb. I shouldn't have done it, but yeah. And I didn't look the best in some things, but then at the end, I did this big 40 person server. It kind of blew up. It went on to Zonia's stream, and we had what was called the Trial of Queen Alexa, where it had 20 other streamers, myself, and everyone, and we went over every little bit of evidence, every screenshot, every DM, and stuff like that. And in the end, they were like, no, you're not a child groomer. No, you didn't groom a kid. You just need to not be so fucking dumb and need to learn how to handle these situations better. And I agreed with that.
Is there any kind of, you know, voice calls or screenshots that you wish you would have saved or knew that you should have saved to make your point as solid as you would like it to be?
I didn't delete anything. So it's not like I was actively saving things. I didn't delete nothing. There was nothing of I recorded or I sent messages that I deleted. None of that ever happened. So
okay.
It's all there. I'm the one who put out the DMs. All of the DMs, and I'll share them with literally anyone. I do not care. I don't have anything to hide with this.
God, I totally forgot this whole thing. This is a year ago. I totally forgot. I mean, I remember the whole, you know, Beckett, Stardust, Killstream, Andrew Wilson part, but I totally forgot about this whole thing.
This stuff has been so publicized. It's, you know,
I couldn't believe at the time that I was having this conversation with this fucking person who had no clue or context to what to even say.
You can find it pretty easily. There's nothing there. All there is me being socially awkward with this person and not knowing how to just tell them to please leave me alone with these things and don't say these things. And I ended up doing that. And when I told them hey, this makes me uncomfortable, they went out and called me a groomer because they were mad because I wasn't interested in them.
Wow. Okay. So, I was going to say also too, did this person ever reappear after this whole thing happened? Were they?
No. So here's what's great about the entire thing. The said individual that accused me of grooming, they never went on a single stream. They never went to a single stream or did this. It was solely propped up by Andrew and Fabian. There was never a single conversation that was had with the said person that was the fault or the individual that was I supposedly did all these things to. They never ever came forward to do any of this or say anything.
Okay.
Who the fuck's this Atlanteus dude anyway?
No idea.
So now Viv's like, who are we even talking to? Who's this person? But Viv was assuming that I was some kind of fascist because anybody that has Roman, caricature or appearances or avatars or profile pictures is like by default a fascist or whatever.
I'm just fucking viewer.
I'm just a 3-viewer Andy that pops into Beckett's stream once in a while, and I'm actually the one that started talking to him. I was going to talk to him about the expectations of gender roles in violent situations, the whole Hunter Avalon situation.
I like your overlay.
Thank you.
It looks sick.
I just get sketched whenever I see anybody have some fucking Roman shit in their name.
It looks sick though, to be fair.
Especially after an Andrew stream, I'm like,
Yeah. So yeah, there isn't much to it. And again, you can literally find everything there is about my situation. It's out there. It's very publicized. There's plenty of videos about it. It's all there.
It just seems like
it's goofy.
Honestly, yeah.
It's fucking. It's like.
If I thought you actually were like a fucking person like that, I'd have fucking called the shot a long time ago. Just like fuck Alexa.
Well, one of my points that I brought up was he was like, "Oh, you failed" and stuff like that. After the grooming accusation, my server got bigger, my panel shows got bigger, we had bigger guests on. I started going on to bigger people's shows, and all the drama made me bigger in the end. So they didn't just fail; they created what they hated the most. Like it's like that's the irony of it all. They've been
just
taking
like trans person pedo. Let's go. You know,
yeah. I mean, they've been taking this L for 2 years. It's a 2-year L, and I'm still laughing about it. Like, my server still will. Like, I'm literally tomorrow, I'm gonna wake up my server, be like, server time to make some memes, like, and we're gonna make memes about it, and it's gonna be funny.
Well, it doesn't sound like any. Yeah, the bridge is burned between you and Andrew, if there ever was a bridge. But...
we were never friends, right? We were never like we talked 2, maybe 3 times for a period of minutes, right? So it wasn't like
but I mean, like the thing is, like, you guys have to have seen that you were on incredibly different sides of the spectrum. I mean, what was the goal of even, becoming friends or the?
Okay, so we got past the grooming stuff, and I was talking to this Alexa person about how they even, managed to have conversations with Andrew Wilson. But then I did talk to Viv about the list. Let me see.
I'm sure. Yeah, I've had teeth. I actually.
So
there
list.
are no one on the right that on the left that resemble these horrible things that we see on the right. So, what do they look like?
Yeah, I don't.
That there are no one. Rumble. It gets me.
Was that?
It gets me.
I thought I did.
On the right that on the left that resemble the.
Oh, you know what? No, I talked to. Oh, I remember now. I talked to Viv about the list. I not directly, indirectly. I indirectly talked to Viv about the list on Anoke stream, because Anoke had Viv on his stream not too long after this, and it came up. Let's just put it that way. But just to give you a preview of what we're even talking about. Hey, what's up, Tiger Girl? How you doing? Welcome in. Let's see. Where's it at?
Right. I'm making.
So this is okay. So I didn't ask Viv about it in that call, I think, but I did ask Viv about it on Anoke stream, which I don't have like a direct link to, so I'm not sure. But this is where it comes up, though.
And then Viv, I
what is the list?
Wait, am I on the list?
I'm not a Nazi, not a fascist.
All right, so I don't have to retread.
Wait, no, wait. We haven't covered it. Wait, what is the list? I want to know about the list.
Shouldn't be yelling at Prime to get rid of Doobie.
What is the list? Wait, I want to know what the list is. What is the list?
I can. So what happened? Eris banned some guy from her server. That person was connected to some Antifa group, right? And got Eris put on her list as a Nazi, as a fascist, right? This was literally a doxing list, right? These people were intending to dox her. Right, so we had to talk to this person. Eris had to prove that she's not a Nazi, not a fascist, and get this person to take her off that list. The last time this came up on the panel, I think it was like a month ago or some shit, Vivian was defending this, right? Saying that because you were defending it. Please, no, listen, no, it's not.
You were saying I shouldn't have associated with Doobie.
One at a time. So I want to be let him finish, and then Viv, I promise.
What is the list? Wait, am I on the list?
You probably are on the list.
So, I mean, obviously you have Destiny and Vosh here, but this is Prime Kai's. You have Doobie, and then like two other people who I don't know who they are, and then Vivian's in the middle.
Stop, please.
Am I on the list?
I'm begging you.
You're definitely on the list, Vosh.
So first off, you assumed that she was on this list because she was associated with me in some way. That's not true, right? It has nothing to do with me. It was literally some moron thought she was a fascist and got her put on the doxing list. But then framing this doxing list, right? This is just a list of people that need to be checked out. This need to be looked into. It's literally a fucking doxing list, right? So the way that you're framing this even now is deceptive as fuck.
Okay. So if that was if that is the case, as I said earlier,
write my own list.
I'm gonna fucking write a list in a minute. Look, if that was the fucking case, right? If somebody was like, "Oh, let's dox this girl because she fucking kicked me off my server," yeah, that's fucking dumb. I don't know any fucking anti-fascists who would fucking support that. All right?
No, but he didn't tell them that. He just told them that I was a Nazi.
Absolutely. Whoever fucking did that, if that's the case, that's fucking horse shit. Okay, like. I don't even know.
Should we really be making doxing lists?
Oh, somebody's been put on a fucking list. I think all I said when we were fucking talking about this previously is I think it's reasonable because your Discord was fucking scraped by Discord leaks, right? Along with a whole bunch of other like fascist Discords and shit to find to track the presence of the fucking far right online. And I think it's perfectly reasonable for somebody who's like connected to your server to be like somebody that people look into and go, well, is this person's server like also a fucking haven for neo-Nazi shittery, right? That's
wait. When we say look into, we're literally talking about creating like a mass dox list. Isn't that kind of not?
No. Look.
Wait. What do we realistically think this list is going to be used for? As somebody that spent a great deal of his life on the internet, this is a dox list. This is what you're describing. Nobody is going to quote unquote look into these people in a responsible manner. They're going to try to look up where they work, where they live, and then that's going to be like.
We're talking about Unicorn Riot, right? Which is a fucking journalistic organization, right? We're not talking about like some dingy little fucking Discord server of anti-fascists somewhere in the fucking dark ass corners of the fucking internet.
Yeah,
right?
but there are groups like that do the exact same thing.
You're so fucking dishonest, Vivian. You literally
had a list of all white people.
And when we talk about how like anti-fascist doxes are compiled, right? Anti-fascist doxes are generally compiled by like listing a whole fucking shitload of like the person's previous behavior, posts they've made, an attempt to basically categorize them and say like this is why this person is dangerous and this is the kind of behavior that they've engaged in. Quite often it doesn't even include fucking addresses or anything, right? Although it will if they have that shit available. So if anybody fucking released
Let her finish, please. And I can you all be
if anybody released a docs with somebody's fucking address and name and shit on it without a good fucking justification as to why this person's like a fucking
what does a justification mean? Can you walk me through that?
Instantly fucking condemned by the anti-fascist community as being somebody who's just dangerous and in it for themselves and trying to fuck over people.
What is the justification? I really want to hear this.
What's my justification for what?
No, what is the No, wait, shut the fuck up. What is it? I haven't talked in a long time, so now I'm going to interrupt people. I just want to know what the justification is for putting someone on the list. Is it just they're a Nazi?
Well, I don't know what they mean by a list, right? Like,
you seem very familiar with the list.
Well, you're making it sound like this list sometimes includes addresses.
I fucking talked about it with her before, and I got the impression that what had happened was she was put on some fucking list because she had a connection to DB's server, right? Which would be like, people going, well, here's a fucking shitty server, blah, blah, blah. Here's some of the people involved in it. We want to report on this. Who are some of the other people involved in it? It's perfectly fucking reasonable that they would look into people, right? But if she's saying that, actually what happened is somebody got kicked off her server and put her on some kind of docs list. I don't know anything about that, but if that's the case, then that's fucking reprehensible and shouldn't have been done. Just because a list exists somewhere, this fucking random fucking list that I haven't seen, I don't know shit about, right? That its nefarious purpose is to dox and destroy people. I just have no idea.
Well, wait. To be fair, I just want to say I totally understand the whole Stalin shit and everything.
Addresses of people
Oh my
because
God.
of their political views is to threaten them. So you can make an argument for names and you can make an argument for employment, but if you're going to
fucking addresses now, Josh.
Wait,
Hold on, please. Bosch, finish your point. And I do want to hear from Destiny because Destiny was trying to make a point.
No,
So,
I just want to say, regardless of your opinion on this matter or the other, to be perfectly clear, if you're compiling addresses, the only reason you're doing that is to threaten people.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Why is that okay? Why are you the other that's okay or not?
Well, because hold on, wait, because you're playing both. Wait, Vivian, hold on. You're playing. Look, I'm also an Antifa super soldier. Okay, it's all good. But I just want to say, earlier you were saying oh, we don't. It's just a journalistic organization. We don't even collect addresses unless they're there. And now you're acknowledging that the reason you put the address is there to threaten them, which kind of flies in the face of the journalistic explanation.
Riot, by the way, the language you're using here is suggesting.
So I think why I didn't for one reason why I didn't broach the subject of the list when I was in a call with Viv was, for one, I had already been in that other fucking call for fucking hours, man. So at that point, I think we were all done at that point. But two, also, going into the list would have been like a whole nother journey. We had already been through this Alexa journey that I had no clue I was even stepping into. And, everybody just left the call, and I didn't plan on leaving, but I just stayed, and they stayed, and then I was like, okay, cool. I guess I'll just ask some questions here. But then I remember, I think maybe within, a few months, Vivian went on an OK stream to talk about politics in general, or various discourses, and it was brought up. Let's just put it that way. The list was brought up, but the list refers to this whole thing.
That I'm somehow,
and it's like Destiny and Vosh. Vosh is like, wait, am I on the list? I doubt Vosh would have been on the list then, but maybe now, probably.
Our fucking part.
Destiny definitely on the list. Destiny's definitely on the list for sure.
This. I'm not a part of Unicorn.
How many lists are there?
I read their fucking shit that they put out, but that's about it, right? I'm not a part of this fucking organization. I don't know. I don't know if somebody's compiling some fucking lists with people's fucking addresses on. Yeah, if you've got somebody's fucking address, right? If you're compiling a list of addresses, you're probably intending to dox people, and that largely is bad unless they are a fucking neo-Nazi and you can prove it, right? Okay. So I don't know shit about this fucking list. Stop implying that I'm somehow involved or know anything about it.
Defending this list, Vivian, this whole time you.
I don't think people should be compiling lists. But I will say, at least in the context of this conversation that they're talking about, let's say they have a list, right? And they have a list of whatever, 10 people, and seven of them are people that they can prove are whatever, Nazis, whatever. But there's 3 that they can't prove, my question about the list is, if at some point you say to yourself, okay, well, what about these 3 people? What's the threshold there? Do you just say, it's close enough? It's close enough. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead with keeping them on the list, and then whatever, doxing them or doing whatever, like reaching out to their employer or whatever. Are the 3 people that you can't prove on the list a part of some kind of threshold where you just say, fuck it, they're close enough? That's the problem with the list. The list is already not good. But if you have people on the list that you can't prove and you just say, fuck it, why not? They're like the fact that they're even on this list means that they're close enough to the shit that we want to actually put on the list. So fuck it, whatever. That's the fucking real problem with the list.
Been aggressively defending it, like very, very hard. And now now you keep interrupting, it's fine. And now when people are finally like starting to hammer down on the list, like 10 minutes into a conversation where you've used the word list 1,000 times, now you're like, I don't know what a list is. I don't even know why we're using the word list. How are you walking it back that far?
What is the nature of this list? What does it fucking include? What is the purpose of it? I've been told now that it's like some fucking like list of people that need to be doxxed. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about this list. All I can say is there are some behaviors that I would be accepting of, right? Which is like, it is perfectly reasonable to investigate people who are connected to proven fucking fascists, right?
Anyways.
Like,
that's very ambiguous.
Yeah, but Viv, you have advocates.
Vosh, that's very ambiguous. Anyways, that's the whole list thing. Look, if you just type in Destiny Vivian list, you'll come across this fucking video. I gotta go. I gotta work in a couple hours, and I'm graduating in 12. So, I'm gonna send you guys over to Casey. Drop some tanky emotes in the chat if you got them, and I will definitely see you tomorrow for sure. 3 pedos, yeah, for sure. But I had fun tonight. It was good. I will say, so I am going to reach out to Mary Chu and probably get a conversation going. Hopefully, well, I mean, ambitiously. If I were to plot it ambitiously, maybe in the next few days before I leave for New York. If not, that'll happen when I get back. But I will say also that I had after the whole Andrew Wilson, Beckett, Stardust kill stream situation, I had some DMs with Vivian, and Vivian was talking about queer separation or queer liberation. I forgot which one it was. Maybe it's both. I don't know. So I'd be curious to reignite those DMs to see what that's about. I'm not going to talk to her about the list, so don't show up to that stream for the list. But there was some other topics that I wanted to talk to her about. So we'll see. But hopefully at some point over the next few days, I could talk to Mary Chu, and if not, then it'll happen when I get back. I'm planning on leaving on Friday, and I wouldn't get back until right before New Year's Eve. So we'll see. But I should be on over the next few days. And yeah, like I said, I'm graduating tomorrow. I'm taking off Wednesday, working Thursday, half day Friday, and then I should be in New York for about a week. But I'll see you tomorrow. How about that? Let's start there. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Salty, Birdman, Tiger Girl, Trash Panda, NOK, frickin' Nader, frickin' Veron, whatever your name was, Devo, fucking Grand Design, Han, everybody. I appreciate it. Go say hi to Casey. Drop some tanks in the chat, and I'll see you guys later. Peace.
Comes up as unhinged.
That's part of Shank, but we got the little raid coming in, a little Gatorade.